The American obsession with fast food dates back to the 1940s and 50s, and more recently we've seen the rise of an affordable yet elevated class of fast food. Riding the momentum of this wave is Peter Cancro, the owner of Jersey Mike's, who has run the sub-chain for nearly 50 years.
Oftentimes people say, what would you do differently, in your life if what you knew now you knew then? And I say, nothing. I'm not going to do anything different.
Cancro has grown Jersey Mike's into one of the nation's fastest growing fast food brands, on track to hit nearly $4 billion in system-wide revenue this year from 3,000 locations. And the Jersey-born native himself is worth an estimated $5.6 billion as the business's sole owner.
When I travel out around the country to see the stores, I don't have the tie on, but I have an Oxford blue shirt with the sleeves rolled up always, and jump behind the counter, sprinkle, wrap, slice, make the hot subs, banter with the customers and the employees. They're not allowed to introduce who I am, and of course I'm still the fastest slicer.
Jersey Mike's sells itself as being the only chain with slice-to-order fresh grilled sandwiches. It actually started out as a small sub shop in Point Pleasant, New Jersey, originally called Mike's Subs, where Cancro worked making sandwiches from the time he was 14 years old.
The Jersey Shore growing up here in Point Pleasant, what a place to grow up. Small town, everybody kind of knew your name. Summertime, of course, gets extremely busy, but that's how all the business happened. That's how a small little Jersey Mike's sub shop thrived from the summertime business. The business went up for sale when I was a senior in high school, and not for a second did I ever think about buying the business. And then one night, my mother said, Peter, I heard it was for sale. She looked at me and said, well, why don't you buy it? And I sort of laughed and went upstairs, and that's when the light bulb went off. And the next morning, got up, went out to try and raise the capital. Called up my youth football coach, Rod Smith, who was a banker, and he said, I think that we can do something, and he did. So we purchased a store for $125,000, which today's dollars is about $750,000. And he always said, why did you lend so much money to such a young kid? And no lie, he said, I knew Peter could get the ball across the goal line. It was something that I really wanted to do, and gave up the college career of studying law, political science at North Carolina, Chapel Hill. At that age, you don't think that you can fail.
Soon, the loan was paid back, and Mike's Subs was selling around $1 million worth of sandwiches a year, the equivalent of nearly $7 million a year today.
So after taking over, it was 1975, and we just ran that one business for so many years. It was one of the largest volume shops in the nation, in the world, if you will. We were doing about 130,000 in gross sales per week in today's dollars. So we went from Mike's Subs to Jersey Mike's in 1987. Mike's was a little bit too generic, we thought, and Jersey is really where the product is from. Are you an authentic Jersey sub? It's kind of the state sandwich, if you will. So we started franchising in 1987 and really grew, and everybody wanted to come in. We didn't really try and market it to sell, it just people found out that we were growing. And we grew pretty well around Ocean and Monmouth County.
Most major fast food chains operate on a franchise model, which allows them to expand quickly and cheaply. To own a Jersey Mike's, local operators pay an initial fee of $18,500, put up around $500,000 to open a new store, and then pay an ongoing royalty of 6.5% of sales to license the brand.
And then in 1991, we were so committed to just spending everything that came in on marketing, on growth, on helping owners succeed, that all of a sudden the banking market fell out in the Northeast. One of the worst recessions for our company, for me, still today. And we had a layoff of my 6 employees that I had, including my brother John and everyone else on the staff. And I stood in the office alone and said, well, here I go. But everybody came back, of course. It was a tough time, well remembered, but something that looking back, I don't know how I could have prevented it. But today, that's an important part of your business plan, is that structure of financing and how you're going to grow.
Cancro redoubled his efforts, and by 1994, he had dug Jersey Mike's out of the hole and hired everyone back. By the end of the decade, Jersey Mike's had surpassed 100 locations.
You know, it's funny, as we grew out of the state of New Jersey, no one knew who we were north of LA or in Seattle or in Ohio. But when we opened up, and we opened one store or two stores, we would always win the Reader's Choice Award from local people saying that we had the best sub.
Their sales per store are astronomically higher than all of the other sandwich sector peers.
Over the past 5 years, Jersey Mike's has averaged annual sales growth of 20.2% according to food service consulting firm Technomic, with revenue jumping from $1.3 billion in 2019 to $3.3 billion in 2023. They've nearly doubled their number of stores since 2019 and are now opening around 300 stores a year, everywhere from Alaska to Hawaii.
That kind of growth is unbelievable in the saturated United States sandwich market. It's unbelievable.
And yet, as they grow, they open locations strategically.
They have not overexpanded. Even now, at this point, they only have about 3,342 units in the United States. They have not overexpanded as had their other very large peer, Subway, which has been struggling for a number of different reasons. Subway has lost over 7,000 stores in the United States over the last 5 or 6 years.
It's not just the money-making that keeps franchisors happy, it's Cancro's leadership.
Peter Cancro has the reputation with his franchisees as being a straight shooter, a guy who in his early days actually showed up to work with franchisees and to sell franchisees in a battered station wagon.
During the pandemic, Jersey Mike's paid to have all their company and franchise restaurants remodeled.
That is unheard of in the restaurant franchise business, but they did it at a time when they knew that the restaurant economy was bad, well, the entire economy was bad, and that their franchisees needed it.
Potential Jersey Mike's franchisees are put through a vigorous screening process. The company claims only about 1% of people who apply to own a Jersey Mike's are approved, making it more competitive than getting into Harvard. Another reason is the startup costs.
Opening restaurants are not cheap. The funds just weren't available. When you're $120,000 in student loans, what bank is going to want to borrow money to a bunch of 20-something-year-olds in the midst of a pandemic? Me applying for the Rod Smith Award was kind of my last-ditch effort to Jersey Mike's.
A great way to snag a Jersey Mike's franchise is to work at Jersey Mike's. So far, Cancro has awarded about 75 franchises to former employees and managers. He even co-signs these stores' leases and lends the lucky new franchisees money to cover startup costs.
I always love kind of asking them who wants to get their own store because of our program, the Rod Smith sponsorship program. We're trying to get as many that never would have dreamed about having their own business into their own business, and that is really one of the things that I take great pride and admiration for these young people and what they're doing. One of the key things too with the young people getting involved is that the landlords today won't take them, they don't have enough capital. So our company guarantees the lease for them, loans the money, and of course they pay it back over a 7 or a 10-year payout. But it establishes them as their own business, their entrepreneur. And it's really just so great to see and to watch.
It's not just employees the company looks to help. Cancro looks for franchisees who are willing to get their hands dirty and buy wholeheartedly into the company's culture, which includes a focus on community and charitable giving.
When I was in high school, I watched Bob Hoffman of Hoffman's Ice Cream and Jack Baker of the Lobster Shanty give to the community, to the first aid. So when seeing that in high school, so when I took over senior year at 17, I said, this is what we're gonna do. So that's where it comes from, that giving. We're always giving to wherever our heart is drawn. That's where we go. And it's not planned. I come across different charities and we decide, you know what, let's do it. And I love that part of the business, and the owners are always all in with that as well.
You don't buy a Jersey Mike's, you're awarded a Jersey Mike's. And when you put this logo on, there's a lot of weight to this. When you put this logo on, you represent a brand that has spent since 1956 giving back, putting their money where their mouth is. And then in addition to that, making a great product with it. I don't know if there's any other business out there that does the giving back just at the scale that we do as a company.
And our giving day in March of every year, all owners put up all of their sales for the day. And last year, we raised over 25 million in one day. So that's a big part of our origin.
Canker is engaged in an aggressive marketing push, spending nearly $600 million over the past 3 years on marketing such as TV spots featuring fellow Jersey Shore native Danny DeVito, who debuted as Jersey Mike's first celebrity spokesperson in 2022.
We have never done that in the history of our company. Just felt that let's just keep talking about our product, talking about our people, talk about our restaurants. But I considered it. They brought in Danny DeVito, and we met, and I knew right away that it was the right move. He grew up in Asbury Park, New Jersey, the Jersey Shore, very close to Point Pleasant, and we just sort of hit it off right from the beginning. But if you watch Danny on the commercials, he comes across very real, genuine, and heartfelt. It was incredible how it really helped our momentum as a company. People sort of laughed along with us and just sort of smiled, and it really, really was effective, for our brand to grow.
Canker is seizing that momentum, with plans to open another 5,000 stores in the next 5 years and 300 in Canada in the next decade.
I think at 17, I didn't think it could grow to this point, but always aggressive and going after it, and what I was taught from my coaches as a youth, playing football, basketball, baseball, that helped rear me up and kind of tell myself that there's nothing you can't do. I remember being in California, one of the first stores we opened, and a lady walked in and she actually looked at me and goes, "What are you, from Jersey?" And I looked right at her. I go, "Yeah, you got a problem with that?" And she goes, "Oh, no." But it was just so automatic. And she said, "Oh, no, I'm sorry." But we both laughed, and it was just so great. But that's sort of how it is. That the Jersey, you walk around with a little bit of pride. So, and sort of like, we're going to take it and we're going to grow it and be nonstop.
Canker denies rumors that he's selling soon, but after being so involved in this business for so many years, one can only speculate how much longer he'll want to hold on.
People ask, did you ever have any second thoughts? And I go, no. It's really just went with it and, had a lot of fun for the past 49 years.
Hey, Figure One, what do you see right now?
I see a red apple on a plate in the center of the table, a drying rack with cups and a plate, and you standing nearby with your hand on the table.
Humanoid robots are having a moment. A decade or two ago, it was a struggle to get robots to walk, not to mention respond to spoken requests. Now, armed with advancements in artificial intelligence, a gaggle of companies are at work on these bipedal creations. Serial entrepreneur Brett Adcock founded robot maker Figure less than 2 years ago and has lured some of the biggest names in tech and AI as investors. Adcock is riding high on the progress that his 23-month-old robot startup has made so far, working out of converted warehouse offices in Sunnyvale, California. He took an indirect path to his current ultra-competitive pursuit. He grew up on a soybean farm in Moweaqua, Illinois, run by his parents before graduating from the University of Florida with a business degree in 2008. After he graduated from university, he worked on Wall Street and then founded 2 other startups. By August 2022, Adcock had 8 employees. Now it's up to 80 and growing, with employees joining from some of the top tech companies.
There are no commercially viable humanoid companies today that are in market making money. So I would say, at the surface level, we have to introduce a product into market that's never been done before. It's just a huge technical fee. It's a huge integration burden. There's a safety burden, there's a cost area, a focus. It's just an extremely difficult thing, challenging business to be building. Along the way, we've had to go build a team from scratch. I probably spent the first year in a really cramped phone booth calling everybody in the world, trying to convince them to come over here. It's always hard trying to hire great people. I feel very confident and fortunate that we have like some of the best engineers in the world here today.
It was very obvious even when I first met him, he moves fast. He is an organizer and is able to sort of collect incredible people and organize those teams, and he's highly commercial. And so he sees what needs to be done to truly bring these technologies to market.
In the past, robots have taken years to design and build, but Figure is all about speed.
At Figure, we believe getting to market faster is super healthy. From an engineering perspective, we have like basically an iterative design approach to engineering, which means we spend like less time on like research and development and analyzing things. We spend more time on just building and testing products.
Very quickly became obvious to us that this was like backing Ford in 1903, where it's very rare to have a new technology that has no incumbents and is unregulated. And the reality is if this technology works, everything changes.
Artificial intelligence will be the backbone to basically everything we do that will help control the robot, to help observe the physical world, plan actions, do prediction.
In March 2024, Figure publicly released a video demonstrating its Figure 1 robot.
Based on the scene right now, where do you think the dishes in front of you go next?
The dishes on the table, like that plate and cup, are likely to go into the drying rack next.
Great, can you put them there?
Of course.
At a high level, the robot has so many different ways it can move.
Right.
Sitting there writing code for every single thing it needs to do, like make coffee or do work in manufacturing.
That would take forever, right?
Forever. It's impossible to do. So we need a better way of doing that. We think that way is through AI training. So we have a whole AI team that works on how do we train the robot to do useful work all day long in these unstructured environments.
Mm-hmm. Figure has a 3D printer on site, and it makes things like printed circuit boards and improvements to the motors called actuators.
Here we are designing new generations of electric motors. These motors are used all throughout the robot to make it move around. There's an electric motor in here, very similar to what you'd have in an electric car. And then we have extra sensors and other things in here that you might not see, that we also design here in-house.
Naturally, I think a lot of people are still hesitant about the evolution of robots, especially humanoids.
The interesting thing here is our robot looks like a human, so we can gather human-like data for humans doing demonstrations of things. And if we can train our robot to do it, that's like the holy grail for us. Robots interacting with humans is like fundamental to our business. Like if we can't have robots interacting with humans every single day, it's going to be very limiting for a humanoid. We really need them to be able to talk to the robots as probably the main default user interface. We need to be able to interact next to them safely. We need to have the robots also safely integrated into a home, so we don't want them falling over, damaging things, hurting people. So safety is like core to our mission of being able to work next to humans every single day.
And of course, there's a fear that robots will take jobs away from humans.
It's very easy to run into concerns around a dystopian future of what a humanoid will be. But again, after our work, it just became obvious of how large the need is for these with the labor gap that's happening, not just in the US, but globally, where there's a few million jobs that humans don't want or they're not showing up to day to day. And it's very low hanging fruit to have a couple million of these robots out there doing jobs that we don't want to do.
If you walk into like a manufacturing or warehouse plant today, they're losing 50 to 150% turnover every single year. People just don't want to do these jobs where they walk 10 miles a day or they grab 50 items an hour, or they're next to things that are, getting spot welded and it's very unsafe. And we have 10 million jobs that are open in the US and nobody wants. And we also having a collapse in the amount of workers in the workforce. So there's this huge labor crisis that's going on that's really not well reported. And we want to go and help solve that. So I think it's going to be quite a long time before we're ever really taking people's jobs in a significant way. I think what we're really seeing is a labor crisis that we can go in and help with that void.
robot workers may soon become a reality. Companies like BMW are exploring the possibility of putting Figure's robots into their factory line.
We've chosen to work with groups like BMW that are aligned with us on getting robots into market quicker and then scaling out as fast as we can. We hope to launch over the next 12 to 24 months in Spartanburg, South Carolina, which is their largest plant globally in terms of production volume. A lot of the work we're doing with them is revolved around work in the body shop with manufacturing, moving sheet metal, work in the warehouse logistics, moving bins and boxes and other type of tasks. There's thousands of those type of tasks that need to be automated at those facilities. We hope over the next 12 to 24 months, we're starting to have real robots in real facilities at our clients. This is one of these areas where, like, a lot of the folks here, myself, we've been dreaming about this for a long time, since I was a kid. Having a chance to come in here every day and work on a humanoid robot and actually integrate into the real world we're just super fortunate to be here, and we're working as hard as possible.
A lot has to happen before humanoid robots are an everyday thing at even factories around the country. One of them is figuring out the power issue. Figure's lithium-ion batteries last just 2 hours right now. And right now, their version of the robot still has a black cord dragging behind it that connects to a computer. The next version of its robot will carry its own computer and be cordless, I'm told. Can robots learn everything they need to do? That may take some time.
I think once we start seeing robots in the real world doing everyday tasks, helping humans, doing real work every single day, it'll feel like 30 years of the future, 50 years of the future is pulled forward. It'll be pretty magical.
Sheila Johnson, thank you for coming to the 3050 Summit.
This is just such an honor. You have no idea.
The honor is ours. You have so many titles to your name. You are a founder, you are a musician, a philanthropist, the owner of sports teams, to a degree that no other Black woman in the U.S. has reached. You also wrote a book in which you write about your life and you write about your philosophy of running businesses. And one of the things that really stood out to me was your entrepreneurial instincts were there even in your 20s, well before you reached where you are now. Yes. How do you think you honed those business instincts?
I think it's really believing in people. So many people, it's really funny because I was visiting with Kara Swisher, who has her book that just came out, and she was talking about how entrepreneurs start out and then suddenly they become successful, very successful, and they go from the Levi set to the cashmere set. And they just kind of lose touch with people. And I think one of the things I know, because I really do believe in people and really trying to bring people along. You know, and it's all about leadership. You can lead any company, but what kind of leader are you really going to be? Are you going to be an empathetic leader or a mentoring type leader? Domineering leader? I like to be a leader that really inspires my employees. And I've mentioned this before. I could call it HARP. It's about being honest, authentic, respectful, and passionate. And to be able to clearly be able to communicate to my employees my vision of how I want to grow my company. And I have to teach them and work with them on how to buy into that. And you have to be very careful with whom you hire, because if they come in with their own agenda, you don't want to keep them. They need to buy into the vision and into the teamwork and be able to work as a team to help you build your company.
And you've had experience with people who had their own agenda.
Oh, yes.
Early days of one company, you even caught someone stealing.
Yes. So the philosophy there is you hire slowly and you fire fast.
Hire slowly, fire fast.
Yes.
That's good advice. You've also shown the ability to have a remarkable commitment to the long-term vision, while other people might be tempted for the short term, optimizing for the short term. You write about the BET IPO and what some people, and like your co-founder, wanted to do with the company.
Right.
And you had a different vision. How did you manage to stick to that vision and convince others that what you wanted to do was the right path?
Well, I'm not sure if I was able during that time to convince them. I just knew what I needed to do and the value system that needed to be built within the company. Some people didn't believe in it. My co-founder didn't believe in it. And it was a case where even when you're doing an IPO, because our IPO didn't last very long, there was not enough patience to really understand how to grow the company and have the patience to make it work. There are too many people that are always interested in the bottom line and how they're going to make money fast. And when you do that, the money doesn't last very long. So you've got to be very strategic on how you want to grow the company. And there were just so many mistakes that I could see that were happening, like not really identifying the ages that we really wanted to strategically hit with our programming. So our programming never could grow. And because of that, we got into the video market way too fast because MTV did not want to promote black videos at all. That was a door that opened. That was great. But let's stick to the value system. I didn't like what I was seeing on the screen. And that's when I then decided to do a show called Teen Summit to really teach young people about smart TV watching. And that's what was really important to me.
You were overlooked and discounted and ignored as a co-founder of BET for so long. But then in your third act, you've come into your own as an entrepreneur. You have such a successful hotel line property.
Yeah.
How have you been able to overcome those days of being overlooked?
I think it was a case with the help of therapy and my mother, where they reminded me that I did have what it would take to build another company. I think when you're in an abusive relationship, you have no idea how you lose sense of yourself. And I was losing sense of myself, and I didn't have the security within myself to even think about what I needed to do. I lost belief in myself. I didn't know who I was. And then slowly, once I got out of a toxic relationship, I was then able to rebuild my life. And it took time and lots of help from a good doctor, and was able to then really strategically put together a path in which I needed to start going on. And when I decided, I've had no intentions of going in the hotel business, and I knew nothing about it. But what I did know, what I had to do, if that was what I was going to do, I needed to hire the smartest people out there. And they had to be smarter than me. And I was going to learn from them. And the fine line that and I still every day work on this, the fine line is you hire smarter people, but you don't want them to overtake you and take you for granted. You know what I'm saying?
I was going to ask you that. It's a tricky balance.
It's a very tricky balance. And I think part of it is I had the power of finance, which they did not have. And also, I was able to communicate my vision. And they really bought into my vision. And because of that, we're probably one of the most successful luxury hotel companies out there. We're recognized by Forbes. We won this award last week. Our hotel in Middleburg is one of 13 in the world to receive 15 stars. And all of our other hotels are Forbes 4 stars. So as I told the company, I said, okay, don't sit back on your laurels. We have got to keep those 15 stars, and we've got to work on the rest of the resorts to get the 5 stars. So we are very wedded to Forbes, to the training. I've actually sat in on the training myself to understand what it takes to get the Forbes awards. And that's important. I was learning the whole time, but still able to communicate what I wanted. And I knew my design. I knew exactly what I want the hotels to look like. I picked the furniture out. I've designed linens. I do all of that, but that's all from my arts background. So all of that has built in to where my vision takes me.
There are so many details in the book that illustrate the ways in which you've invested in yourself. And this is a small detail relative to the other important lessons, but you used your own art collection to decorate your property.
Oh, yes.
And I just thought that was so fitting. It felt so full circle because these were pieces you had invested in with a property that you had to fight the local municipality, you had to negotiate, you had to be strategic. And then when it came time to decorate it, you were looking at your own art collection.
Yes, and there were times when I, wanted to cut the budget a little bit. So I did all my own photography. The photography's in all of the rooms. And as you get off the elevators, there's my work there. So I've done even my own personal work. And I designed the linens. And I made the mistake. They were all coming out of Italy. And I said, I can't keep this up. I got to go on a cheaper route. But the same design is still in the linen. It's just that I use another manufacturer.
Do guests realize that it's your photography?
Oh, they know.
Oh, they know.
Because I sign it.
Okay. You are proud of your name.
Yes.
As you should be.
Absolutely.
I love sports, and I've mentioned this to you multiple times, but I think the fact that you own stakes in 3 professional sports leagues in the U.S. is remarkable. Quite literally, there is no other Black woman who can say the same. Can you talk about how it was that you came to do that and why it was important for you to get involved in this arena? Because you could have stuck to the arts.
I know. I think this is kind of serendipitous in the sense that I became friends with the original owner of the Capitals and the Wizards and the Mystics. I was always friends and respected this man, and it's all in the book.
Yeah, you got an interesting call from your ex saying, don't do this to me.
Don't do this to me, because he wanted to own the teams. So what had happened, he really disrespected Abe Pollin. Abe Pollin was very gracious. He never reacted, but he never forgot. So one day he called me and he says, I want you to be the face of the Washington Mystics. And I said, what do you mean by being the face of? He says, I'd like you to own it. I said, but the Mystics doesn't make money. And he said, but look, I'm giving you an opportunity. And I said, I'm not turning it down. Give me the financials. He says, please make up your mind soon. I then called my lawyer and I said, I've just been offered a sports team. And he says, you should not buy a sports team. I said, if you were in that position and if you were offered a sports team, what would you do? And he got very quiet. I said, you just answered my question. I said, now I want you to get Ted Leonsis on the phone, and I have the money. I want to buy into the Wizards, the basketball NBA team, and the hockey team. And I want to be a really substantial partner. And so I was able to do that. And eventually Ted named me vice chairman of Monumental Sports. He's chairman, I'm vice chairman. And I've been a very active partner in reaching out into the community and really helping that franchise be successful. We won a Stanley Cup and my women won the national title. So
you have a pretty good track record.
Pretty good, yeah. Now we're in a rebuilding process. Whenever you win titles, it's a refresher course again.
As a Philadelphia Eagles fan, I know this entirely too well.
Oh, yeah.
But what I wanted to come back to is a theme that I've noticed in the way that you talk about your business decisions and your personal real estate decisions is you seem unafraid to say, that's not the right value, I want this. Or that can't make money, but this can, and I want that. I will speak for myself. That's something I have trouble doing. I think a lot of women can struggle with being very open about financial decisions and financial moves. And I know you've also been involved through your philanthropy with girls' economic empowerment. So we could probably have a 5-hour conversation about how to empower women economically. But what do you tell to women and girls around the world about better optimizing their own financial power?
First of all, you really have to get out in the world and understand the way the world's working. If you're not worldly in the sense and you're watching other deals going down and what's worked, what's not worked, there's more startup companies, even in the tech industry, that fail immediately. You need to hone your instincts. And not only that, just don't keep it to yourself, but you bring advisors in. And they will school you, whether it's smart or it's not smart. And sometimes I will do things and I will say, I know this is going to work. And there have been a couple of investments I'm like, I should have done it. Like there's this company, Framebridge, that this woman started. And she asked me to invest in it, and people told me not to do it. And I'm really, to this day, I regret it. And I use her all the time. I just think it's one of the most brilliant companies that she's been able to start. You have to really keep your eyes and your ears open. And I'll tell you a story. I was in the owner's box, and I hear my partners, and they're talking to each other about investments. And there was this one investment that one of the partners wanted to start. And he says, I've gotten X number of thousands of dollars from Michael Jordan, and they're naming these names. And I'm like, well, if they're going to invest in that, why couldn't I? And I said, wait a minute, what are you all talking about? And they said, what are you talking? I said, I'm listening to you, and I want to be in this conversation, and I would like to invest. Well, you know, it may be closing. I said, no, open it back up. I want to invest in it. And to this day, I'm an investor in this company. But you have to have, what is it, the perseverance?
The gumption.
The gumption. You need to get in there and express your feelings.
You need to say, I want to be in this conversation.
And it's the way you communicate that with strength and confidence. And it'll say, I want to really, no, I want to be in there with you.
I hope we hear more women say that. It's hard, though. It's hard when the boys do the boy thing and go off in a group, and we don't have enough women in these spaces.
Yeah, you know, it's really interesting. The students that I put through school, especially through the Kennedy School, when they graduated, I gave them all a set of golf clubs. And they're like, why? I said, because there's more decisions made on the golf course than any other place. And so they've all learning to play golf, and they're going out there to play with their...
It's a good life skill.
Yeah.
And you also own a golf course.
Oh, boy, do I. I'm part of the PGA Tour.
And the only Black woman to be so.
Yeah.
You're breaking barriers left and right.
America's richest have been buying in Hawaii for years, but no one knew exactly how extensive their holdings were. To figure it out, Forbes spent months digging through thousands of property records in the state. The results were astonishing. Just 37 billionaires own at least 218,000 acres. That's more than 5% of the state's total land and 11% of total non-government-owned land, though it's likely even higher given the lengths to which these billionaires go to obscure their ownership. Expressed a different way, those 37 people equal to just 0.003% of Hawaii's total population of 1.4 million, own more than 10% of the land. And the pandemic-era luxury real estate boom, which pushed housing prices even higher, has heightened tensions between Hawaiians and wealthy out-of-state landowners. One of the highest-profile billionaires in the state is Oprah Winfrey. A year ago, she scooped up 850 more acres on Maui for $6.4 million, adding to the nearly 1,300 acres she already owned on the island. Winfrey first bought a ranch on Maui 2 decades ago. Her land was left unscathed when wildfires ripped through Maui last August, incinerating 6,625 acres and killing 100 people. In the aftermath, Winfrey and Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson set up the People's Fund of Maui.
That money is going to go to one of many residents who have been displaced in Maui,
with Winfrey personally contributing $10 million to the effort. Larry Ellison, Oracle co-founder and Hawaii's biggest billionaire landowner by acreage, bought about 97% of the island of Lanai for $300 million in 2012. Since then, he's decked out the island with a wellness retreat and luxury hotels, but as locals have complained, scant affordable housing. Steve Case, the AOL co-founder, was born and raised in Hawaii. Case is now the state's second largest billionaire landowner with 57,000 acres, including his 35,000-acre grove farm on Kauai, which leases out land for sustainable development projects. Mark Zuckerberg, Meta's co-founder and CEO, spent at least $145 million on land that he's turning into an enormous 1,450-acre, partially walled-off retreat in Kauai where he's raising beer-fed Wagyu and Angus cattle. In an Instagram post, he quipped that, "Of all of my projects, this is the most delicious." Frank Vandersloot, the billionaire founder of health and wellness business Melaleuca, owns the historic 105-acre Valley House estate in Kauai, where parts of Pirates of the Caribbean and Jurassic Park were filmed. An advocate for localizing Hawaii's beef industry, he operates the state's 2 largest meat processing plants. Kwek Ling Chan, the Malaysian tycoon, owns a third of the island of Molokai through his conglomerate, the Hong Leong Group. Until 2008, Kwek operated an enormous ranch there, including a golf course and a hotel, but he ended its operations after the state rejected his development proposals. Now, island residents are trying to buy it back. Locals hope that Hawaii is more than just a playground for the rich, but time will tell if these billionaire residents prove otherwise.
Miami's a fantastic city. It's beautiful, you know, we have ocean, sun, heat, and it's just a great lifestyle for our kids. It's safe, great for business. So, you know, Miami's it.
Jorge Mas is one of the most prominent Cuban-American businessmen in the United States. He's the chairman of Mastech, which is a publicly traded infrastructure, engineering, and construction firm. And also, Jorge Mas has become one of the most influential figures in American soccer with what he's done as the managing owner of Inter Miami. So when Mas joins the Inter Miami ownership group back in 2019, he decides from day one, I want Miami to be a city of stars. We're gonna go out and target the best players on earth. And Messi, right away, was right at the top of his list.
I look at it as we're stewards. That's a team, that's Miami's team, that's my fans' teams. But what a blessing, and really being able to, I think, make a mark and make a difference not only in South Florida, but for the sport of soccer in the United States for us is a tremendous blessing.
So back when David Beckham came over to play in Major League Soccer in 2007, in order to bring him over, they needed to offer him a unique deal. And one of the elements of that deal was they gave him an option to start an expansion team for $25 million.
So Beckham's career goes on. When he's done, he exercises that option. And they, at some point, one or another, they decide, okay, we want to target Miami as the market. So Major League Soccer Commissioner Don Garber decides it would really help this effort and make it stronger if we had a strong local partner involved. And who better than Jorge Mas? You know, born and raised in Miami, prominent Cuban-American businessman, very popular in the community, very successful. So he cold calls Jorge Mas and says, Jorge, are you interested in being involved with the Miami MLS project? Mas hesitates at first. You know, obviously, starting a brand new professional sports franchise is a very intensive endeavor. Obviously, you know, at this point in time, and traditionally through its history, Major League Soccer clubs have not been money-making operations. In a lot of cases, you know, most teams lose money. And Inter Miami turning profitable this year, for example, was the first time in their brief history.
So he meets with Beckham, and immediately they hit it off.
They have this shared vision, they get on the same page, and Mas calls back Garber and says, I'm all in.
I saw it as a great opportunity to bring the 5th professional sports team to the city that saw me, of my birth, a city that I love, and more importantly, to leave a mark and a legacy, you know, doing something special and doing something different.
The first time I met Jorge Mas, he had a grand vision, not just for the team and the stadium project, but he wanted to, and pitched us that he wanted to be the best team in Major League Soccer, wanted to have one of the best soccer teams in the world, and wanted to help drive Major League Soccer to be one of the top leagues in the world. And we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that he had David Beckham as a partner. And David has, you know, such a great history with the sport and is such a deep connection with the greatest players who've ever played the game. And I believe David was one of the great players in the history of the game. When you put the two of them together, it was a superpower. This was a complicated project. Miami is a very well-developed city. Real estate is complicated to wire together. Getting public funding for a stadium and the approvals was complicated. So we knew coming into this, there were just real headwinds. I think for anybody who knows Jorge Mas or has an opportunity to spend any time with him, this is one of the most optimistic people I've ever been around in my career. No never means no. It means, how can we get it done? No challenge is too big. No vision is unreachable.
Inter Miami, when we launched, couldn't have launched under more difficult circumstances, which was COVID. You know, there was a point a few weeks after we canceled our first game in the beginning of COVID where we didn't know what the future held. We invested hundreds of millions of dollars. We'd had all that momentum, and but listen, we just pulled up our bootstraps, adjusted, adapted, and just continued working hard and making sure that when people think of soccer and football in the United States, I always wanted to think of Inter Miami.
Landing Lionel Messi is just kind of a Herculean accomplishment for this league. I mean, obviously it's been very much compared to when they brought David Beckham over. At the time, Messi's with Barcelona, he's in the height of his career. There's, to a degree, you have to accept the fact that Messi wasn't gonna come over here at 30 years old.
That's not to say young players don't come over here, but Messi was in a good situation. So then he moves to PSG in 2021, and towards the end of his PSG career, rumors are swirling about what he's gonna do next. Starting in 2019 and throughout this entire period, Jorge Mas is connecting with the family. He's communicating with them, being a friend, building a relationship, showing who he is as a person, and talking about what he wants to do with Miami.
He had a vision for this club, and by many accounts it was far-fetched, and he achieved that vision. He made a compelling offer, he built a relationship, and there were doubters along the way. There were people saying it couldn't be done, forget about it, and Jorge Mas shut out the noise.
Goes back to our roots and how we've built everything in our family, grinding, hard work, never saying never, and having faith, that the dream and vision of bringing the world's greatest player to Inter Miami and to Major League Soccer was going to happen. It was not might happen, maybe, but was going to happen. I was driven by the belief that we had all of the elements, that it was in the best interest of all parties. There was a lot of people who doubted, oh my God, Jorge Mas is pursuing Lionel Messi, poor guy, he'll never get him, he's got no chance. And again, sort of like a chip on our shoulder, we're gonna get this done. So the fact that I was able to build a privileged relationship with Lionel and his family, and specifically with his father Jorge over the course of years, I think, brought about the possibility and the probability that, we would sign him in the summer of 2023. So, when I knew that he was going to come to the team at some point in late May, a few weeks before he announced his decision from Paris, it was a culmination of a lot of hard work. And I knew it would have a positive impact, but to see the impact that he had on the pitch, on the field, the impact he had with fans when we traveled, thousands of people outside our hotel, people on the route of our team bus going to stadiums, lining them up, games are sold out. The attention around Lionel and what he's been able to do, especially on the heels of he having won the World Cup in Argentina, has been frankly amazing. And commercially, the amount of partners and partnerships that we've been able to establish and sponsors who've come in, wanting to be in a relationship with Inter Miami and Lionel Messi has been, frankly, I think beyond, because what we've tapped is global in nature.
I think for me, the most important part of having Leo here is he decided that this was his club and league of choice. It is strategically way more important than the financial benefit of that. It's telling the world MLS is worthy of the best player in the game to be able to, play and be the guy that he wants to be, just wants to go out and win games. And then you add to that the commercial value of that with ticket sales and merchandise sales, both locally in Miami and across the league. And it's dramatic. It's no different than when he's playing in League One in France or playing with PSG, or whether he's playing in La Liga and playing with FC Barcelona. There are enormous commercial values of having a player like Messi.
Mastech is a publicly traded infrastructure engineering and construction firm. They've diversified what they do a little bit more recently. They've gotten into renewable energy. Basically, about 50 or so years ago, Jorge Mas's father, Jorge Mas Canosa, who was another very accomplished businessman and a legendary Cuban exile advocate as well, he bought into this company that was later renamed Church and Tower, and they dealt in telecom and different types of construction. And he revitalized this business, which was failing at the time, and grew it into basically a pretty substantial company.
Initially, for a long time, I wanted to be a baseball player. For many times, that was the first sport that I loved. Secondly, I wanted, as I evolved, as I became a teenager, so on, I wanted to run the family business. We're in the infrastructure and construction business, and that was my dream, and dreams do come true.
when Jorge Mas, the younger one, went there and worked there full time, he kind of brought in this era of change with the business. They automated their billing systems, brought computers into the office, but what really kind of set things on the path that led to today is Hurricane Andrew hits Florida in 1992. And Mas makes this aggressive play to basically rebuild the state's infrastructure. And it wasn't an easy task, but they were successful. It grew the company's revenues tremendously, and it led to this reverse merger with one of their competitors that laid the groundwork for Mastech to emerge. And since then, Mastech has grown substantially. Last year, actually, they reported $12 billion in annual revenue.
We're in a trailer in a dirt yard in South Dade County, hustling, just trying to make enough money to make payroll and to be able to feed the family. And today we're a Fortune 400 company. Again, dreaming anything is possible, but the early days, and I remember them vividly because those are our roots. It was just hard work, persevere, grind, just grind. Days were 16 to 18 hours, not 8. My father was very special. He was my best friend, a mentor. My greatest memories with my father and my brothers were always Dolphin games on Sundays. We're rabid, passionate fans and just great. And watching the Dolphins win the AFC Championship game to go 84, I believe, to the Super Bowl with Dan Marino in his rookie year was a highlight in our sports family lore. Frankly, sort of like, the holy grail would have been being the owner of the Dolphins, at the time as a young South Florida kid, rabid, Dolphins fans, but life has taken me to where it should. To be able to share this journey, with my brother and with my family has been truly a blessing. It's just another beginning, another chapter done, and now we move on. I've learned in our corporate life a lot of lessons. You're never measured, we're a publicly traded company. You're never measured either by your stock price and in a team. You're never measured only by wins and losses. You're measured by building a culture of success, building one that can go through the ups and downs. There's always going to be downs. There's always going to be, certain failures and obstacles, but it's how you face them. It's how you persevere. We'll have Lionel Messi here for 2, 3, 4 years, however long Lionel wants to play, and that's amazing in itself. But we also look forward, to what does a post-Messi era bring? And, I can anticipate that Inter Miami will always have one of the top players in the world on our roster. Hopefully, together with my fellow owners in Major League Soccer, and then 4 or 5 years from now, we can have 15, 20 of the top 80 to 100 players in the world here. But I am extremely optimistic about the future of our league, about the future of the sport in our country.
We want to be one of the top leagues in the world. We want people to think about us like they think about the Premier League. And I believe that we are already part of that group of top leagues in the world, but we want to be the league where somebody's making a decision to go to Man City, or they're going to go to New York City, or they're going to go to Chicago, they're going to go to LA, or they're going to go to Madrid. And we've got work to do to continue to become part of the global conversation and be a league of choice for all the top players in the world and be a league of choice for the young players who are coming up through our academies, but I believe we'll achieve that.
Miami's an amazing city, very glamorous, global, but it's not that. This is a city built on dreams, the dreams of so many families who come to this country looking for nothing more than freedom and an opportunity to, create a better life for their family. And I'm hopeful that Inter Miami is a reflection of our community and that team. So that's been our dream and aspiration.
When we started, we said, who are we? And what do we believe we're good at? We've done a bit of real estate investing, but our real strength, our real forte was as business owner. So we said, we're going to focus on apartments because they act like an operating business. We were going to pay absolutely no attention to what the industry was doing. People talk about, well, I tore up the rule book. We never actually even picked the rule book up. And so we built all of our own systems, processes, strategies, and beliefs. We quickly found out that what we were doing was radically different than the industry. Well, I'm Larry Connor, and I'm the managing partner of the Connor Group.
Larry Connor is a real estate investor based in Dayton, Ohio. His transactional approach to real estate investing at his firm, the Connor Group, has made him a billionaire, worth an estimated $2 billion. A self-described C student in high school, Connor went on to become an entrepreneur who built one of the best performing real estate funds in the country.
There are certain personality traits that are common to most entrepreneurs. I mean, you gotta have what we call grit, passion and perseverance. Some people wear the moniker of entrepreneur, but they're not. They're people like wannabe entrepreneurs. To be a real entrepreneur is exceptionally hard to do.
The son of a World War II vet father and a Red Cross volunteer mother, he went to high school in Dayton and graduated with a 2.0 GPA, painting houses on the side with a friend. After graduation, he started buying used cars and packing them with damaged label wines in Dayton, selling them on for a profit to college students in Athens, where he attended Ohio University. On weekends, he'd pick up dead bodies and bring them to a local funeral home for $5 apiece. After school came a sales gig at a Volkswagen dealership, followed by a stint as a travel advisor, which took him to Morocco, Mexico, and Europe.
I had an opportunity to be exposed to a lot of, I guess today what you call C-level executives, and you kind of got to see both sides. Some immensely talented, and other people that I wondered how they ever got in that position.
And then, by the time he was 27, he went back to Dayton to start his own business.
Here in Dayton, there was a new historical district called the Oregon District. And I and a partner thought that we could start a bar restaurant. And so we took an old movie theater, converted it. By the way, we had no money and no experience. And we went out and got 21 investors. We raised a grand total of $52,500. We started it called Newcomb's Tavern. It was phenomenally successful. We sold it 2 years later, and the investors got a 300% return.
He took the proceeds and bought and sold homes in Dayton. Then, in the 1980s, he moved to Orlando, setting up a company that reportedly was once the second largest reseller of IBM microcomputers in Florida. But the success didn't last, and the firm shut its doors in 1990.
I'm age 40, I'm broke. I have a wife, 2 kids, and a farm. Actually, the problem is I'm worse than broke, because I had borrowed $900,000 on what they call signature loans. Well, even though I was broke, I was bound and determined I was going to pay every dime back. I just thought that was the right thing to do. If you said, did you have a plan? No, but I had a commitment to do it anyway. 3 years later, through a lot of hard work, dedication, and a bit of luck, I ended up paying back every one of the lenders.
He turned again to real estate, recruiting 2 partners and a single investor to form the Connor, Murphy, and Berman Group, which invested in apartment buildings.
There were 3 apartment communities in Dayton that had gone back to this Kansas City savings and loan through a foreclosure. We started negotiating with them. It went on for, I don't remember, 6 months. We were getting ready to close. We called them on a Friday. The government had come in that morning and seized the S&L. We were back to ground zero, starting over. That's not good when you're trying to do your first acquisitions. We just didn't know how to quit. So literally, almost a year after that, to the day, we bought those 3 apartment communities, and we actually bought them at $1 million less than we had agreed to pay, yet the operations had improved. And so that was the launching pad, and those 3 apartment communities turned out to be huge successes.
10 years later, he bought out his partners and took over the firm. Connor seeks quick returns in an illiquid market, trying to profitably sell properties as quickly as possible, constantly analyzing each one to juice income and minimize costs. On average, the firm keeps a property for 5.5 years.
You've got to be willing to take calculated risk, not stupid risk. You know, you got to be an achiever, but you also have to have some understanding and appreciation that people really matter and that you can't do it alone and that you got to build, the right group of people. We tried to hire some people from the industry in the first 2 years. It never worked out. So by strategy, we built a business all with people who've never done it before. And it was one of the smartest things we did because we're not encumbered by industry or conventional thinking.
The Connor Group currently owns and operates a $5 billion portfolio of 51 apartment buildings across 12 states, from Colorado to Florida. Since it was founded in 1991, its investments in luxury apartments have generated an annual rate of return of 30.4%. Many of those buildings were sold less than 3 years after they were acquired, with returns ranging from 17 to 159%. That risk isn't limited to his investments. Connor's personal adventures include skydiving out of an air balloon at a record-breaking 38,139 feet, a pioneering plunge to the bottom of the Mariana Trench at 35,856 feet below sea level, and a mission to the International Space Station as one of the world's first private astronauts.
There's never been a private crew that's ever gone to the International Space Station. We were the first. The 10 months of almost full-time training, extremely difficult and humbling. Because keep in mind, all the NASA astronauts, mega talented, all have advanced STEM degrees. I have none of the above. We did not good, but groundbreaking research across 25 plus different experiments. There have been few weeks in the history of the International Space Station that much research was conducted in that compressed period of time. So, immensely proud of the AX1 team. Yes, I would go again. Yes, I may go again.
His ambition extends to philanthropy as well.
There's huge turmoil in March of 2020. We thought, for a multitude of reasons, we had both the obligation and the opportunity to stay engaged, to keep operating, but with that became a huge responsibility to take not good but phenomenal care of the people who are going to get us there, which is all the associates, especially the people at the front lines.
Early in the pandemic in 2020, Connor invested in a handful of stocks and the investment gained $1.6 million in 10 days.
I felt great, but a little bit wrong about, hey, it's great you did that, but look at all these other people who are out there suffering or working or things like that. So I called then the director of communications, Ryan Ertz.
I was leaving the office and he called. And I picked up and I said, what's going on? And he said, you know how I had recently made some of those trades that we had talked about on the stock market and made that money, 1.6 million. He said, what would you think if we just gave it to all frontline workers?
Any employee who does two things, works here for the next 6 months and does a good job on their job, we're going to take that 1.6 million and spread it out over roughly, I think, 400 associates we had at the time.
And I said, this is why I love working here, because you do crazy shit like this. I think that you should sleep on it and let's talk in the morning. But I love the idea.
In April of 2020, Larry broadcasted a video message to his employees to share the news.
I'm taking the entire 1.6 million and dividing up amongst all of you.
Why?
In my view, this is not a gift. You've earned it.
Oh my God.
So again, I want to thank each and every one of you for staying in the game and doing your part.
It really showed he put his money where his mouth is. People count, and I don't think he could have picked a better way to show us how we counted. It's not everything, but just that gesture, it meant a lot, especially during that time for a lot of people.
People were wildly appreciative. People did a phenomenal job, and so in my mind, you just invested in the most important thing you can invest in, and that's in people.
The Connor Group has a nonprofit arm called Kids and Community Partners, which includes the Greater Dayton School. And it recently opened the doors of its new location in Dayton.
It takes a tremendous amount of people to try to do the impossible, which is what we're trying to do here. And so the hope is, and the belief is that we can build a revolutionary model that can transform kids' lives. Kids who are under-resourced. We believe that if we equip these kids, not only academics, but the total person, what we call all the wraparound services, that these kids can do as well, if not better, than any other child from any other environment.
We know from research that if you're able to teach individually and at a child's own pace, they can grow from the 10th percentile to the 76th percentile in 1 year, which is unheard of. We saw upwards of 20% growth in our students because we teach this way. It's not easy, but it's super impactful. And that's just on the academic side. We had last year 96% of our kids pass the presidential fitness test, and that's super important to us. We had 98% of our kids get preventative care, so their annual doctor's visits, 2 dental cleanings. It's unlike anything that I could have imagined that I would have as a principal in terms of the resources that we could provide our students.
Our gut is telling us that this thing works, and the early data is telling us that this thing works. We really started looking at it more like nonprofit activist investing as opposed to philanthropy or charity or just writing checks. How are we really going to make a difference and help pull people out of generational poverty?
I've seen kids in the public school system slip through the cracks because of the lack of resources that our country provides kids from under-resourced areas. To have the resources to really give our students what they deserve, what every kid deserves, it hits home.
It's great that we did this in Dayton, Ohio, but it's just one city. This is a national crisis, but also a national opportunity that it would be a shame we didn't take advantage of it. The kids are our future of America. We need to give them the opportunities, right?
No matter what is involved in, Connor runs a tight ship. At the Connor Group, every employee is rated on a 10-point scale, where a 7 equates to a C grade.
The reality is, this place is not for most people, but it's a phenomenal place for the right person.
I tell people all the time, he's not an easy person to work for, but it's never not interesting. And he really, at his core, likes to help people. I mean, he really, really does. His baseline motivation for doing this stuff is not headlines, it's not financially driven. I mean, there's so many things that he does for people that never make it out of this building or that never make it out of his office that he just enjoys doing.
There's a much higher standard than being financially successful, period. Everybody knows what the right thing is. Some people just choose not to follow it. Well, that doesn't work for us. And we don't care who you are. To us, it's never been about sizing. It's always been about excellence. We will sacrifice sizing, success, financial gain for excellence.
California is home to 83 members of this year's Forbes 400 list, worth a combined $1.3 trillion. That's 4 members less than last year, but still the top spot for more than 1 out of 5 400 members. As a group, they're worth around triple the $489 billion the state's 92 members were worth a decade ago. But it's not the only hub for the 3 Comma Club. Ranking behind California are New York and Florida, followed by Texas. Those 4 states are the most populous in the country, holding a third of all Americans, but nearly 60% of the wealthiest ones. Over the past decade, New York has lost 11 net members, 5 of whom moved to Florida. Those transplants include the state's most famous resident, Donald Trump, who returns to the 400 list this year thanks to Trump Media and Technology Group, the social media company he took public in March. Here are the 5 states with the most billionaires from the 2024 Forbes 400 list. At number 5, Illinois. Chicago is home to the youngest member of the Forbes 400, Lucas Walton, who is one of the 8 grandchildren of Walmart co-founder Sam Walton. Aged 38, he's one of 2 listees under 40. Several list members from the Hyatt Hotel brand's Pritzker family are also breezing around the Windy City, including J.B. Pritzker, the state's billionaire governor. At number 4, Texas. Elon Musk, the richest person in the U.S. for the 3rd year in a row, is all in on the Lone Star State, even announcing this year that he's moving his companies, SpaceX and X, there from California. Texas produces more oil and natural gas than any other state, so perhaps unsurprisingly, nearly a third of its listees made their fortune in energy, including Randa Duncan Williams and Kelsey Warren. At number 2, Florida. The Sunshine State keeps attracting big wealth. When Jeff Bezos relocated from Washington State, he spent $234 million on 3 homes on Indian Creek, the gated man-made island in Miami Beach dubbed the Billionaire Bunker. Nearly 30% of Florida's listees made their fortunes in finance and investments, including the second richest Floridian, Ken Griffin, who made headlines in 2022 for moving his family and the headquarters of his hedge fund Citadel there from Chicago. The second most common industry that enriched the wealthiest Floridians is food and beverage, from which hails Subway's Elizabeth DeLuca and LaCroix Sparkling Water's Nick Caparella. At number 2, New York. The world's financial capital is still a finance billionaire hub. Nearly 2/3 of the Empire State's listees made their fortunes in the sector, including Michael Bloomberg, the former New York City mayor who started his career on Wall Street. Other notable New Yorkers on the Forbes 400 include George Soros, Ralph Lauren, and Bill Ackman. And at number 1, California. Hollywood and Silicon Valley have made Californians rich, but none more than Mark Zuckerberg, who officially resides in Palo Alto, though these days he spends plenty of time at his 1,450-acre compound in Kauai, Hawaii. Nearly half of California's Forbes 400 wealth stems from tech moguls like Zuckerberg, including Oracle's Larry Ellison, Google's Larry Page, and Sergey Brin.
From the fabulously rich to the fabulously famous, the remote patch of Montana wilderness known as the Yellowstone Club has fewer than 900 homeowners, who are worth more than a combined $290 billion. Located about an hour's drive south of Bozeman, Montana, and some 50 miles north of Yellowstone National Park, the club owns a private mountain and more skiable acres than Killington, Stowe, or any other resort on the East Coast. There's also golfing, fly fishing, horseback riding, a movie theater for kids, and a concert venue that has hosted acts including Sting, Norah Jones, and James Taylor. Perhaps the club's biggest draw is its exclusivity. Applicants need gold-plated references and must submit to a detailed background check. Membership, now at 885, is capped at 914 to prevent overcrowding. Admission requires buying land, a home, or a condo. Even the least expensive undeveloped plot will set you back $10 million. Condos start at just under $7 million, but average $15.5 million. And homes cost $20 million or more. Plus, there's $78,000 in annual dues, which cover unlimited skiing and golf for members and their immediate family, and 140 guest days. Almost as difficult as getting in is figuring out who else belongs. After combing Montana public records for more than 300 club properties and digging through other sources, Forbes found 19 billionaires, 2 children of billionaires, and a handful of A-listers. When Melinda and Bill Gates divorced in 2021, she got their now $40 million home. Also transferred from Bill, 18 acres of land spread out over 4 lots nearby. Ron Burkle is the founder and managing partner of Los Angeles investment firm Yucaipa Companies and chairman of private club firm Soho House. Yucaipa paid $55 million for a roughly 1/3 stake in the Yellowstone Club in 2010, and then sold it in 2021 for about 5 times that sum. Eric Schmidt, the former Google CEO, hosts a small annual conference at the Yellowstone Club during the 3rd weekend in July, billed as a gathering of the world's smartest and most interesting people. Attendees have included Lady Gaga, journalist Ronan Farrow, and author Adam Grant. Stuart Butterfield, the 51-year-old billionaire and founder of business messaging app Slack, and his wife Jen Rubio, founder of luggage brand Away, bought their home in 2021. The same year, Salesforce bought Slack for nearly $28 billion. The home is now worth around $38 million. Tom Brady, the former star NFL quarterback and ex-husband of supermodel Gisele Bündchen, looks to have gotten the couple's home at the Yellowstone Club as part of their 2022 divorce. Nick Woodman, the billionaire founder of GoPro, which makes wearable, sports-focused video cameras, bought a home at the Yellowstone Club in 2011 and moved there full-time in 2018. He and his wife, Jill, spearheaded the creation of Big Sky's Community and Recreation Center with a $4 million donation.
We at Shore Capital love partnering in industries where there is much more demand than there is supply. And our formula is, if there's much more demand and supply, go and become the supplier of choice.
Justin Ishbia is the founder of Shore Capital, a private equity firm. It's based in Chicago and it invests in middle America, sort of smaller mom and pop businesses, 20 million in revenue or less, in areas like veterinary or autism clinics, bakeries, companies all across America. And then it buys those companies and it buys companies like them and rolls them up into larger and larger businesses. First talked to Justin because he'd opened a new fund that invested in industrials, which is an area that I cover. And that was a big change for him versus investing in healthcare where he'd had his early success. And in talking to him, I thought his strategy was really interesting about how he had bought these smaller companies, which is very unlike what private equity typically does, and then rolled them up into bigger businesses, and just started talking more about that and his broader strategy and found it fascinating.
I was a senior in high school. It was the summer before going off to college, and my best friend's father's was a partner at a private equity firm. And I didn't know what private equity was. I asked him, my friends had a big house. That's all I really knew. And over a summer, this gentleman explained to me what private equity was. He said that we buy companies, we help them grow, we help to bring new resources to them, and over a period of time, they'll eventually sell those companies. I heard that story, and I said to him, that sounds like an amazing career. I said, how do you do it? And he said, look, it's hard to get into this industry, but here's the pathway. And so it was literally from the age of 18 years old, I knew I wanted to do it from right then. Once I realized I could not play baseball, that was a bummer for me. But once I realized I couldn't play baseball, I said, okay, that's what I want to do, because I felt like you help bring people together, build companies, and bring resources together, build something pretty special. And so that was the origins of it. And the early days of Shore, I think when you go through hard things together, you look back on them very fondly. In those early days, we had a 1,200 square foot office. The rent was $1,200 a month. We had a website that was called the 2009 Recession Special. But I look back on those days, I long for them. I miss those days when it was 4 guys in a relative sweatbox. I was 31, my partners were 29, 28, and 27. We were kids, and we would tell people where to go build this, and we wanted to buy this. And they said, where's your money? Where's your track record? Who's the gray hair in the room? And we said, we had none of those things. But it's the heart, the grit, young, humble, and hungry. I think all those things together, and that's what we built in the early days. And over a number of years, the track record grew, the results grew, and then it became more and more clear. But those early days, those were the fun days. Those were the days when we were a team, and we still are a team, of course, today. But we were a team that we knew we had 3 chances to succeed, and if we didn't get it right, there was no future.
One of Shore's biggest wins is Brightview, which runs addiction treatment centers, and it's based in Ohio. Another is Southern Vet, which is a chain of veterinary clinics that's based in Birmingham, Alabama. In both cases, the original business was small. Shore bought it and built it. In the case of Southern Vet, for example, it now runs 400 locations with $1.2 billion in annual revenue.
So I originally met Jay Price through one of my best friends from law school, was his best friend in undergrad. And so it started with a text, and I said, hey, do you know anybody in the veterinary space? He goes, actually, my college buddy is a veterinarian in Birmingham, Alabama. And we flew down there to meet Jay, and literally the definition of Southern gentleman and humble. He's humble as they come, as smart as they come. And we had just closed our first fund. So this was 2014. We'd raised $112 million, so we were relatively modest in the big picture of the private community. And I think what Jay and myself, my partner Mike, aligned on was a vision where how do we create an environment that was a best-in-class place to work? Professional upside, professional training, financial opportunity, culture. And I think other clinicians, other veterinarians wanted to partner with not the business guy from New York who looks like this. They wanted the guy who's in the weeds, actually delivered a dog, who's actually done a surgery, actually told someone that their loved one won't be going forward with them any longer. He did those things, and he was fortunate enough. We were fortunate to him pick us, and he picked us, and it was the beginning of a journey, and started out with just 3 locations. And today there's over 400 locations, and we've done dozens and dozens of acquisitions. And he's been, Jay Price is, I think, one of the most respected people in the industry. And it's because he is a clinician at heart and training. So we're big believers, if you can't measure it, you can't manage it. Our belief is that short capital process. The system is a star. It's not any one person. Our job is to create an amazing system where we can put relatively good inputs in, but have extraordinary results. And we tell our investors and our partners, we say, I don't promise you the outcome. I promise you the process.
Private equity, especially in healthcare, has come under substantial criticism for increasing cost and decreasing services. Justin argues that his company shouldn't get tarred, as it doesn't cut services, and that in fact it's expanding, and its scale allows it to invest more money in technology and to provide better services at the companies that it buys.
If you see one private equity firm, you see one private equity firm. Everyone's a little bit different, and I always like to think about, my mom and I are super close. My parents were married for 50-something years. If you can't articulate your story and why you're doing something to my mom, who's a really smart, talented individual, then you can't break it down appropriately to be able to have the right partners. And so people think in terms of private equity, Wall Street, big deals, cover Wall Street Journal. It's a whole part of the ecosystem where we're partnering with Main Street. Our average partners have 100 employees when we start. These are relatively modest businesses where they have great individuals. And I think people think about private equity as all one size fits all. And I think like a restaurant, there's fine dining, there's fast food, there's quick service restaurants, there's carry out. Private equity, I really encourage anyone, not just with us, with any private equity firm, get to know the people. And if I was ever considering a private equity firm as a potential seller, do references. Talk to their former partners. We're pretty confident in our results of our partners, but my dad always taught me one thing, and I think it applies to private equity. You get one reputation, use it wisely. And when you do hundreds of transactions like a firm has done, if your reputation isn't viewed as being honest, transparent, doing the right thing, you won't last very long. And so if I had one thing to say about people wrong with private equity, they assume before they know. Take the time to get to know. Reputations matter. Do your homework, and I think you'll find out the right outcomes, and you'll find the right fit for you. What may be right for you may be right for me, and vice versa. So I would believe that money follows success. Give me success, give me good people, success, money will take care of itself. For us, everything starts with picking the right sector. We want to look at an industry that has kind of 15 years of sunny skies, tailwinds, demand trends. A simple example is the consumerism of healthcare. Today, if you or I want to order a pizza, pull my phone out, it's here in 5 minutes. If you want to go see a doctor to get your eyes checked out, you have to call somebody, wait in the hold for 8 minutes. No one wants that. The consumerism of healthcare is, I think, an area people want it more at their fingertips. And so we're looking for themes with strong tailwinds. So if you get that part right, you're swimming in water that people want to be in. And then from there, our primary job is finding the best-in-class individuals to partner with.
Justin and his brother Matt are very close, and they're also very competitive with each other. While Justin didn't want to work at UWM with Matt, the two, along with their dad, bought a majority stake in the Suns last February. With basketball, Matt owns the larger stake, so he calls the shots. In soccer, where they own a minority stake in Nashville SC, it's Justin's decision. And Justin hopes that will be the case in baseball.
Matt and I, the first time we worked together formally, has been with the Suns. And that's a relatively newer thing from us. We are very, very different. He has some amazing qualities that I don't have. I've learned a bunch. Matt is a lot more, I would say, quick to act and decisive in a very positive way. I mean, more calculated in some respects. But in between, I would say this, when we disagree upon something, the midpoint usually is the right outcome. And so I think I can hear I can be in a room in a business conversation and context, and a topic comes up, and I can hear it back in my mind saying, I think Matt would think about it this way. And so I'm not saying I always do what he does, but I think he's a different perspective. He is one of the best I've ever seen on culture, right? He played basketball for Coach Tom Izzo. He won a national championship in college playing college basketball. He's leading a business. He runs it like a team, not a family. Those are different things. I think a family, you can't fire your brother. You can't fire your mom. You know, and in a team though, the best teams want accountability across the board, and I think he's created a culture of accountability. And so I think he's created a culture of accountability, and I think him and I together have different angles and perspectives. I think together, though, I think we're a pretty strong team. My real focus is on how do we get better at every single day, things we do. A buddy of mine here, we're in a small group, we talk about things all the time, and the word that I think about is win. And one measurement of winning is financial money, but winning is impact on people. I love the win here that people want to work here over and over again. People don't want to leave the organization. People want to partner with us. To me, it's about winning. Money follows success. If you focus on the money part, I don't think it goes very far. So we grew up like we never wanted for food, never wanted for shelter, but it's not like it is today. And I believe that focusing on the task at hand, and people don't see the hard work that happened 20 years ago on a random March day when it's snowing out and it's 6 in the morning and you're getting up and going to work, or you don't see the days 15 years ago when your peers are going on a 10-day vacation or spring break and you're kind of saying, I'm gonna keep grinding and doing what I do. That stuff isn't seen as visible, but I think as you look back at it, you say, you put the right work in. And to me also, look, my most important job is raise my kids, right? And so people say, you have X dollars, why do you keep working? And my answer is 3 reasons. One, my kids have to see me grind. I believe that kids do as you do, not as you say. So they're gonna see dad, even though I'm always have enough money to put food on the table, they're gonna see dad get up every day, put on a jacket on, hustle, be stressed about something, because I believe for them to be able to be the great part of our society, they see dad work. Number 2, I love what I do. I wake up in the morning, I'm the richest man in the world, not because of dollars, because I don't work a day in my life. I love what I do. And number 3, and one of the most important, the guys here and the gals here, they took a chance on me when it wasn't clear if we were successful. We didn't have a lot of money. I remember we got our very first, $10 million sale. They took a chance, and I get great joy of when we do something well here and good financial outcomes occur, seeing them buy their first house or buy their first something, whatever it may be, or be able to do things they never thought they were able to do in their own lifetime. Those 3 things, the team, the love for the game, and also the kids. The kids gotta see you grind. Those things get me out of bed every day, and that's what I focus on.
People ask me what I attribute my success to. I say luck, hard work, and intuition. And intuition is very important, and either you have it or you don't have it.
81-year-old Leon Cooperman has spent his entire career picking stocks, and the payoff has been huge.
My friends call me Lee, and you can call me Lee. I spent my first 25 years in business with Goldman Sachs, 14 of which I was a general partner. And I retired from the firm in 1991 to start Omega Advisors, which was a well-regarded hedge fund that I ran until 2018.
Cooperman is now a billionaire, but he didn't come from generational wealth. Growing up, he sold tires and worked as an usher at the Lowe's Paradise Theater in the Bronx for 55 cents an hour.
I probably am an embodiment of the American dream. My father came to America from Warsaw, Poland at the age of 12 as a plumber's apprentice. He had no education. My father was a very hard worker, very disciplined, and I learned the work ethic from him. So I grew up in the Bronx in a tenement. If you want to know where I grew up, go get the movie Ford Apache the Bronx, starring Paul Newman. And the opening scene is 2 kids throw a 3rd kid off a 6-story roof of a building to his death. That's exactly where I grew up. I went to PS 75 in the South Bronx. I went to Morris High School in the Southeast Bronx. And I went to Hunter College, now called Lehman College in the West Bronx.
Cooperman's educational path was a bit unorthodox.
My major was chemistry, my minor was math and physics, and I finished off my major. And I enrolled in the University of Pennsylvania School of Dentistry in August of 1963. And after 8 days, I started to wonder if I was pushing myself in a direction I was fully committed. My dad, may rest in peace, was walking around telling everybody my son a dentist. All my friends knew I was off to school, in dental school. And I went to the dean of the dental school and I said, look, I'd like to go back to undergraduate school, finish off my 4th year unencumbered by any commitments, and make a decision in fullness of time. I feel I should be more committed before I pursue this course of dentistry for 4 years. I went back, had all electives available, and in my senior year I took 10 courses in economics, got 10 A's. I never looked back. I found it what interested me. I would tell the kids today the only way to be successful is do what you love and love what you do. And I've made a lot of money doing what I love, so it's not work.
He went on to get his MBA from Columbia Business School, where he graduated in 1967.
I had no money in the bank. I had a student loan to repay. I had a 6-month-old child. I went to work the very next day, so I had no vacation. I had a lot of job offers. In part, I was a good student. I was straight A's in finance. I was awarded the Wall Street Journal Student Achievement Award. My professors thought very well of me. I knew what I wanted, so it was a very serious package.
Cooperman was made a job offer by Robert Danforth, a partner at Goldman Sachs.
And I said, Bob, let me be honest with you. I'm dead broke. I have no money in the bank. I have a 6-month kid to support. But I liked everybody I've met at Goldman, but I have 4 job offers for more money. And the offer was for $12,500 a year. And I said, do you think I can make $25,000 a year in 5 years? And he responded, if you work hard and keep your nose clean, I think you could do it. I said, okay, I'll take the job.
Through this position, Cooperman became a Wall Street legend.
Buy low and sell high. You know, value investing, that's my approach. I don't know, I don't consider myself a legend. You know, when I worked at Goldman, I got up at 5:30 in the morning. I slept into New York City on the Erie Lackawanna Railroad. I worked very hard. I traveled 90 days a year around the world. And I guess if you live long enough, you become a legend. When I joined Goldman, I think they were earning $5 million a year. And when they made a partner, I know in 1976, they earned $40 million. The year I retired, they made $1.8 billion. I was there for the whole run. So the intuition of going with the people I liked rather than just for the money. When I left Goldman, I was worth about $100 million. I don't feel guilty about the wealth I've accumulated. I've accumulated honestly and through hard work. And I figured out there's only 4 things you could do with money. The first thing you could do with money is spend it on yourself, but I'm not a sports enthusiast, I'm not an art collector, and my income exceeded what I needed. Second thing you do with money is give all your money to kids, but if you have a lot of money, giving all your money to kids is a mistake because you deprive them of self-achievement. Third thing you can do with money, give it to the government. But only a schnook gives the government money, you don't have to. You pay your taxes, and you don't volunteer to pay more. And the fourth thing you do with money is you recycle back into society and try to make the world a better place. And that's what I've chosen to do with my money. It's the arts and education and health care and inner city kids takes up most of my charitable giving. There's no shortage of worthy causes. You know, I find that the only thing in short supply is money.
Cooperman, who moved to New Jersey in 1968, has already given away several $100 million to various recipients. These gifts range from $100 million to Livingston, New Jersey's St. Barnabas Hospital, subsequently renamed the Cooperman Barnabas Hospital, to $50 million given to create the Cooperman College Scholars Program, which has sent over 1,000 young people from New Jersey's Essex County to attend universities across the country. His latest gift is a $20 million donation to the New Jersey Performing Arts Center in Newark, also known as the NJPAC, to build the Cooperman Family Arts Education and Community Center.
The New Jersey Performing Arts Center is the country's most diverse performing arts center in terms of its audiences, its staff, and its programming. Located in Newark, New Jersey, a diverse city in an extraordinarily diverse state, we have a responsibility and an opportunity to serve so many different communities with concert events, with conversations, with education programs, with community activities, and we are in service to a variety of communities, not only in Newark, but throughout the state. I first met Lee Cooperman about a dozen years ago when I was early in the game as the CEO of this place, and education was the thing that changed the world for him. And he made a decision when he became wealthy to give back. His humility around his giving is a thing that I find so appealing and so attractive and so endearing. He doesn't make a big deal about it. He just does it. We spend about $7 million a year on education programs, community engagement programs, and arts and well-being initiatives. The financial return on those is almost non-existent. Do we depend on donors? Absolutely. So we can't survive without philanthropy. We wouldn't be able to be in service to community the way we are And that's one of the reasons that I appreciate Lee Cooperman so much, because he believes, as we believe, that philanthropy can change the world.
After 6 years of planning, NJPAC received an award of nearly $200 million in Economic Development Authority tax credits, and a capital campaign that raised nearly $250 million.
And that capital campaign helped us fund the education center that we'll be building, that Lee gave the initial gift to, and enabled us to build our endowment.
Though Cooperman had been a longtime patron and donor, to secure his $20 million donation in 2018, NJPAC's president and CEO traveled to Florida to meet with him.
I pitched him the idea of this education center. He paid attention to that pitch for about 15 minutes and then said, let's go have lunch. And by the end of the lunch, he said, I think this is something that we'll do. I'll let you know. And I went home, and on Monday, he called me and said, we're going to give you $20 million for this project. It was not a long process. What I've learned about Lee is he's a quick decider.
Well, they were very committed, and they're very engaged, and I want to support winners. And I think he has a good dream, and he's very committed to what he's doing, and I want to support him.
In all, the Cooperman Center will cost $70 million to build and will be completed and opened in 2027. So why is this transformation so important for the New Jersey Performing Arts Center?
Being a catalyst for economic rebirth of our home city has been in our mission since the beginning of our creation. In fact, this is a continuation of our campus plan.
So it's going to be this whole area
That
right
whole
here.
area will be the residential development with the street level retail. Then across the street will be the Cooperman Center with two vistas coming out of the front of the building. One focused right here at the reimagined plaza, and the other window focused right down this street that we're creating between the high-rise and the mid-rise.
Everything we're building is being built on parking lots. We are a city that is blessed or cursed with a lot of parking lots, so there is a lot of opportunity for new construction to occur without displacement. We are an under-resourced city here in Newark, and the types of initiatives that we're going to be able to deliver to the community for free, we hope will be life-enhancing and sometimes life-changing. We reach 100,000 kids and families every year with the existing education and community and arts and health programs that we're doing. Those numbers will exponentially get bigger once the Cooperman Center opens.
My whole career in Wall Street was trying to find and pick stocks. So in the philanthropy, I'm trying to pick people who don't have financial resources but can use the financial resources to execute their dream.
Cooperman hopes that the generations to come after him will follow in his philanthropic footsteps.
Be a capitalist with a heart. The best economic system is capitalism. Very few people are looking to get out of this country, but there are many people looking to get into the country, which is a function of our economic system.
And what's going to happen to his money when he's no longer around to spend it? The proud father is leaving that up to his children and grandchildren to decide.
My legacy to my kids is what I don't give away in my lifetime. It all goes into a foundation, and they'll give it away. And give them the ability to give away $50, $60, $70 million a year is a very nice gift. And if they find working as one foundation cumbersome, we have my code for not getting along, because they have different interests, that they can go their separate way. And much to my pleasure, they basically say there's no reason to even think that way. We want to work together.
When the world's most famous couple hit the Coachella Music Festival in April, Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce didn't have to venture far to find refuge from 200,000 sets of prying eyes. They turned to the Madison Club, an ultra-luxe sanctuary across the street from the concert grounds. A diamond in the California desert, the 500-acre patch boasts some 200 custom mansions, dotting 18 lush greens designed by golf course legend Tom Fazio. Admission will cost you. Homes in the variegated community run upward of $30 million, and dues are $500,000 up front, plus $75,000 a year. But membership has its perks, including a top-notch day spa and, for golfers, comfort stations every 4 holes, offering everything from ice cream sandwiches to bottles of tequila. The neighborhood has history. Celebrities have been road tripping, jetting, and choppering the 100 miles from Hollywood to the Palm Springs area for a century, dating to the eras of Greta Garbo and Frank Sinatra. The current crop of A-listers has fallen for the modern but casual Madison, which developer Mike Meldman sculpted out of a flat piece of ranch land beginning in 2005. No clan owns more property at the Madison Club than the first family of reality TV, the Kardashians. Matriarch and momager Kris led the way, buying a 7-bedroom home away from home in 2018 for $12 million. Kylie, 26, later built her own modern getaway next door. Kim, 43, has a 2-acre double lot up the road. Courtney, 45, bought a $12 million place a few streets over in 2021. Meanwhile, Chloe, 39, owns 2 undeveloped plots nearby with her ex, NBA player Tristan Thompson. Pop star Justin Bieber shelled out $16.6 million for a 10,000 square foot, 10-bathroom spread with a next-door neighbor just as famous as he is, Kris Jenner. Tim Cook, the billionaire Apple chief exec, paid $9.1 million in 2019 for a 10,000 square foot home with an infinity pool overlooking the 15th fairway, filling it with abstract art and a custom piece depicting Mahatma Gandhi. 16-time Grammy winner Adele has yet to take the stage at Coachella, but she said hello to the Madison Club in 2020, picking up a 7,600 square foot mansion for $8 million. Phil Knight, America's 20th richest person, scooped up a 5-bedroom, 5,400 square foot Mediterranean manor overlooking the 14th hole in 2015 for $4.3 million, or 0.01% of his current $39.2 billion fortune. The Nike co-founder bought and sold an empty lot nearby as well.
In 2023, mortgage rates spiked to levels not seen since 2008. And despite coming down in recent months, remain higher than they've been in more than 2 decades. Home prices have also skyrocketed, up 30% nationally on average over the past 4 years, while real median household income has stagnated. Yet given a nationwide shortage of at least 4 million housing units, according to the National Association of Realtors, it's a great time to be a home builder.
The health of the home building industry right now is probably as good as I've seen it in my 19 years of doing this. We are benefiting, and people who are homeowners in this country right now are benefiting from one of the biggest population shifts that we've seen in a very long time. I think there's like 9 million more millennials than there were Gen Xers. And then you add on the Gen Zs right there in the mix too, which I think the leading edge of Gen Z is like 27, 28 right now. So you have this amazing amount of demand for housing, and we just can't build them. The industry can't build them fast enough to meet the demand that's out there.
This housing dilemma has allowed for smaller builders to thrive. Tom Bradbury is the executive chairman of the board of Smith Douglas Homes, based in Woodstock, Georgia, a company that since 2008 has built 304 communities in 5 states and whose sales hit $765 million in 2023. Shares of Smith Douglas, which Bradbury took public on the New York Stock Exchange in January, are up 56% since then. The 80-year-old Bradbury, who still owns 88% of the stock, is now a billionaire.
First job I had was selling airplanes. And I did well at that. In 1969, interest rates went up and it just stopped. So I said, well, I'm gonna get in something stable like real estate.
After selling his first house in 1975, Bradbury started Atlanta-based Colony Homes.
I asked my dad, the first house I built, I said, Daddy, can you give me advice? And he said, son, if you'll watch the pennies, the dollars will take care of themselves. And even today, we have, every month, closing 250 houses a month or so, we'll have 1 or 2 houses that cost to the penny what we said it would cost. And no other home builder has those strict controls.
Well, Tom and I met in the late 80s. I went to work with Tom, and at that time, Tom was still overseeing all of the development activity and the development crews. You know, I just got to hear him live out loud that never give up, never quit. We can find a way always to get things done.
As Colony Homes evolved, Bradbury took an interest in construction software.
I started going to a seminar in Denver, Colorado. Lee Evans, who was at the time was the dean of the building construction degree program at the University of Denver. The first meeting I went to, Lee was right in the process of the early stages of working with a programming company to computerize the home building process. I bought that software during that meeting, and over the next year implemented, which gave me the ability to grow the business and still maintain the strict controls that we have today.
Bradbury held on to Colony Homes for almost 3 decades before selling the company to KB Home in 2003 for $67 million.
When Colony sold to KB, I really was pushing them to use the software because it was by far superior to what they had. But I had in the definitive agreement with KB that if they didn't use it, that I would get the software back.
5 years later, when KB Home pulled out of Atlanta, Bradbury, who was frustrated they'd abandoned the market, started Smith Douglas Homes.
Tom and I maintained a very close relationship, through that time, but it's Tom's persistence more than anything else that brought me back.
Since then, Smith Douglas has built 15,000 homes, mostly for lower to middle class buyers like auto workers, teachers, and first responders, mainly in growth markets in the South, such as Nashville, Charlotte, and Raleigh.
If you think about what differentiates Smith Douglas from their competitors and some of the other builders, public builders as well, I think it's being able to give people a home that's priced at or below the FHA limit and give them some optionality in the home.
In July 2024, Forbes had the opportunity to visit Smith Douglas's build site in Cartersville, Georgia.
How long does it typically take to build these sort of communities that we're in? I'm seeing probably close to 50 houses right now, but how long does it take to build out these communities?
Well, the length of time to build a community out depends on how large it is.
Yeah.
But our average cycle time across the footprint is 59 days.
Mm-hmm.
And we've got a goal to get that back down to 47 days. And Greg and I were in the home building business early, and we sold a company called Colony Homes in 2003. And at that time, our cycle time was 46 days, which is unheard of in the industry.
Right.
And that's how we get, the contractor's overhead is the same no matter how much volume they do. So the more houses that they can do in a given period of time, the more profitable they are.
Right.
And as a result, we are too. So we get good pricing from our trades, and we take good care of them. My passion is to get people in a home that otherwise can't do it. And it's been tough because since the pandemic, our costs have gone up 30%, but yet still we are the low cost, quality provider of housing with choice.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed learning about Smith Douglas, learning about the software behind the Smith Douglas, what they call the R team and the smart build strategy. It's, I think, definitely a novel concept among what I've seen from the other public home builders.
We own the software and we can tailor it to do exactly what we wanted to do. We have programmers in-house that can update it and make changes as we see fit. It's real-time data. It doesn't require an integration in the middle of the night or once a week. If there's a change made to the schedule right now, us as well as our trade partners can see it within a second. It's all real time. Everybody sees the exact same set of data.
There are competing software packages out there that have some of the collaboration, but not an end-to-end collaboration like Smith Douglas. That is the reason that they get these houses built faster than most of their competitors.
In 2019, Greg Bennett was promoted from Chief Operating Officer to President and CEO of Smith Douglas Homes.
Closing in on 50 years I've been in business, I know most of the operators. I've seen them. I know what tools they have. I can tell you Greg Bennett is the best operator in the space.
We would like to have larger share in each of the markets we're in, but we want to do that in a manner that we grow efficiencies at the same time.
That slower growth has allowed them to maintain a balance sheet that has more cash than it does debt. And they've been very, very prudent and I would say very careful in their use of debt as they've grown the business organically.
We want to be the most efficient, the most operational excellent company, not necessarily the biggest company out there.
As long as the builders like Smith Douglas can find ways to make these homes affordable, we think the demand trends for the next, call it 5 to 7 years, look pretty solid for this group.
We never rest on our morals. We are always looking for what's better. Okay, yeah, we're here, but there's a way to get better. And we're constantly, pushing that envelope to improve.
If you don't know where you're going, any road will get you there. But if you do know where you're going and you just show up every day and you look at every obstacle that comes your way as an opportunity and trick yourself into thinking you're having fun, you're going to get there.
The record 2,781 members of the 2024 World's Billionaires list acquired their fortunes from various businesses, from soy sauce to palm oil, cleaning products, and even damaged cars. Still, while the origins of wealth are diverse, 10 key industries continue to dominate the exclusive list. As it was last year, finance and investments boasted the highest number of billionaires, with 427 individuals who hailed from countries like Estonia, Kazakhstan, and Japan. This year's total is an increase from the 372 names a year ago. Here are the 5 industries that produced the most billionaires on the 2024 World's Billionaires list. At number 5, food and beverage. The richest in the food and beverage space is Zhong Shan, chairman of bottled water company Nongfu Spring. He also controls the publicly listed Beijing Wantai Biological Pharmacy. At number 4, fashion and retail. The richest in the fashion world is Bernard Arnault and family, chairman and CEO of luxury goods company LVMH and the world's richest person. At number 3, manufacturing. The richest in manufacturing is Reinhold Wirth and family, chairman of screw and fastener maker Wirth Group. At number 2, technology. The richest in technology is Jeff Bezos, founder of Amazon and owner of the Washington Post and rocket company Blue Origin. And the number 1 industry, finance and investments. Our richest billionaire in finance and investments is Warren Buffett, chairman and CEO of Berkshire Hathaway.
Western sanctions on Russian oil sent tanker values soaring and helped boost the fortunes of Greek shippers to new highs. Forbes now counts a record 12 Greek shipping billionaires, 7 of them making their debut for the first time. Hi everybody, I'm Brittany Lewis with Forbes Breaking News. Joining me now is my Forbes colleague, Giacomo Tonini. Giacomo, thanks so much for joining me.
Thanks for having me today.
You wrote about Greek shipping magnates who have become billionaires in the industry. As you pointed out in your reporting, Greece has always had a presence in the shipping industry, but there's been a boom really in the past few years. So can you talk about why?
Yeah, so Greece has a really long history with shipping going back centuries. Obviously, that's due to its location, right, along strategic trade routes and in the Mediterranean, close to the Black Sea as well. And one really important point for Greek shipping today is after the Second World War, really the pioneers of oil tankers and trading oil by sea were Greek shippers. Famous names like Aristotle Onassis, right, which everyone knows. And they've really been able to continue that leading position for decades since the 1950s and 40s. And today we have, a lot of, some of the largest shipping firms in the world are Greek, not just with tankers, but sort of looking across different types of ships and shipping.
So why were they able to capitalize so much so more than anyone else? What are they shipping?
So if you look at the sort of global shipping fleet, the largest sort of size of fleet is owned by Greek companies. They're also, the value of their sort of combined fleet owned by Greeks is around 150 billion, according to data from 2022. It's the largest in the world. They own the largest fleet of oil tankers, the largest fleet of liquefied natural gas carriers. But it's also, if you look at bulk shipping, so that's kind of like any other commodity, they're the largest. It really goes sort of across everything. And they benefit from, obviously, like the history and the strategy we've talked about. A lot of them are privately owned companies, family owned, that have been in this for generations. So they have a long history of knowing how to go around the business. They're also sort of very smart about when to buy new ships and sell them and timing the market. It's really sort of this institutional knowledge and the history of shipping in the country that has helped them sort of solidify this over the years. And it's not just sort of a couple firms, it's, you know, dozens of companies. Obviously, some are much larger than others, but it's a really important part of the Greek economy, and on a global scale, they've managed to keep this position.
And can you talk about specifically what they are shipping that's making them so rich?
It's all kinds of things. I think a lot of the focus in the last couple of years has been on oil, obviously with the disruption caused by the Russian invasion of Ukraine and then the subsequent Western sanctions. And specifically with oil, there's a price cap on Russian oil imposed by Western countries. So Russian oil can be traded, but if you're following this Western price cap, it can't be traded above $60 per barrel. And then there's other price caps for other oil products like diesel and fuel oil. Obviously, countries that aren't in the West and companies that aren't based in the West don't have to follow that. Greek companies do. So the focus has really been on oil, but like I was saying before, a lot of other commodities. So, you could look at grain, iron ore, things that we don't really tend to think about a lot, but that are really important to the global economy. If you look at also container shipping, so like during the pandemic, right, when everyone was ordering stuff from home, they're really, the Greeks are really active across the board in shipping.
Our Billionaires list came out in April, and one of the most interesting sidebars was that the war in Ukraine was making some of the ultra-wealthy even wealthier. And as you pointed out, Russia faced sanctions after waging its war on Ukraine. So did these ship owners hesitate to carry Russian oil at all once the war was launched? And what changed their minds, because now they are carrying it?
So it really depends on who you're looking at. One of the wealthiest person in Greece, according to our list, Maria Angelikoussis, she came out soon after the invasion saying they would not carry any Russian oil. This was before the sanctions and before the price cap I mentioned. And other firms said that they wouldn't and then eventually did. And it's important to note, first of all, that it is not illegal under Western sanctions to trade Russian oil. You have to follow this price cap. And as long as you do, it is legal to do so. Because when the West imposed this, the idea was to impose an economic cost on Putin, but to not sort of cause a huge problem for the global oil market. And so a lot of Greek shipping firms do and did trade Russian oil. According to an analysis by the Kiev School of Economics, KSE Institute, that we've been looking at a lot, if you look at between early 2022 and the spring of this year, Greek firms shipped close to 30% of all Russian oil exports over that period, and that's the second out of any country. The number one was the UAE, but those firms were firms that are set up there but owned by the Russian state-owned oil company. So if you're looking at sort of outside of Russia, the Greeks are the largest shippers. And over that time period, if you look at sort of the top 5 companies that ship the most Russian oil, 3 out of 5 are Greek. So it really varies, right? Some of the larger companies decided not to do it and haven't done it really. Others sort of really did take that opportunity to ship the Russian oil.
In your story, you have a quote from that someone said at an event that kind of talked about the ethical dilemma people were facing, ship owners in particular. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, I think the quote you're referring to is sort of looking at, the fact that this war is a tragedy, but it opens up opportunities. And when they elaborated on it, this was George Prokopiou at a shipping conference in the summer of 2022, that to sort of explain it simply, before the war, most Russian oil went to Europe. It was traded, largely by pipeline, some by ships. What happened after that, when the EU banned Russian oil, all that oil had to go somewhere. And a lot of it was redirected to India, largely, and also to China. And so if you think about it, right, like getting oil from the northern part of Russia, like the Baltic Sea, all the way to India takes, I think, like around 25 days. It's a much, much longer journey. So that means for a shipper, they can make a lot more money on that journey, right? Because it's 25 days now. It also means that if you're doing that a lot, okay, it now means you have fewer tankers because a lot of them are busy on those journeys. And so what happened was this sort of kind of like reoriented the whole tanker industry in the world. And two impacts that are important to keep note of. One is it sent the value of tankers soaring because there was like a huge demand. So it sent the prices of new tankers to sort of record highs. And another thing that happened was there was just a sort of larger need for tankers. So older tankers, say like 10 to 15 years old, which before might have been scrapped because they weren't really needed, they were older, now have a lot of use, or have had over the last 2 years. And so resale prices went through the roof to sort of record highs. And related to that price gap I mentioned before, a lot of these companies in obscure places started popping up that would buy these old tankers for sort of really high prices and then trade Russian oil in violation of that price cap. Not the Greeks, these are sort of other companies. But they were buying these ships from a lot of people, including the Greeks. And so that sent up the value of old tankers up. So if you're a Greek ship owner, or really any ship owner, regardless of whether you're trading Russian oil, you've seen that the value of your own ships has gone up. You can get rid of older ships for, way more, I think more than double the price you would have gotten before the war. And that's really what we're looking at in this story, is that, none of these, new billionaires that we're putting on and talking about are new. Like, they've been in their industry for decades. But the value of their fleets, their tankers, and also their other ships has gone up tremendously in the last 2 years.
So let's talk about specifically who these shippers are, who these new billionaires are, and how much their net worths are.
So we looked at 13 Greek shipping billionaires. They range from, and this is, generally speaking, in Greece. The wealthiest is Maria Angelikoussis, who I mentioned before. She was already on our list from a couple years ago, but she's worth more this year in our 2024 World's Billionaires list. We also have 8 new entries this year from Greek shipping. Also one who's returning after, since 2008 was the last time they were on the list. And collectively, we think they're worth more than $30 billion. And that's more than 12% of the Greek GDP. So largely, this is composed of the value of their fleets. But as I think we're going to talk about, they also invested in all kinds of different industries over time.
So we will talk about that shortly, but talk about first what the local incentives are for these Greek shippers.
Yeah, so it's interesting, like we said before, Greece has a really long history in shipping. And there is, there's a lot of incentives for Greek ship owners to make sure that they would stay in the country and not sort of move their companies elsewhere. And so there's actually an article that was enshrined in Greece's constitution in the 50s that exempts ship owners from, income tax from the income from their shipping companies. Instead, they pay what's called a tonnage tax, which is basically a tax based on the size of their ships, like how much they can carry, which means that generally speaking, they're able to, it's a really advantageous tax system for them. And in 2 years ago, in 2022, the Greek government also passed a new law that reduced the voluntary tax on their dividend and capital gains from shipping companies down to 5% from 10%. So, as long as they keep a management office in Greece, they can take advantage of these tax benefits.
So these rules really must be music to Greek shippers' ears. I mean, it sounds like a really good time to be a Greek shipper right now, obviously. So how are they spending this virtually tax-free money?
So they, some of them do just sort of stay within shipping. Others have really gone into other directions. So, for example, the 3 most successful soccer teams in Greece, Olympiakos, Panathinaikos, and AEK Athens, are all owned by Greek ship owners as well. Also, if you look at internationally, Evangelos Marinakis, who owns Olympiacos, he also owns a team in the English Premier League, and has recently invested in a soccer team in Portugal. Outside of that, some of the largest media conglomerates in Greece, TV channels and newspapers, are also owned by Greek shipping billionaires. And that's looking at sort of media and sports, right, which we know billionaires all over the world, regardless of their industry, like to invest in. And then also on the personal side, some of these shipping billionaires have enormous, real estate empires. So one person who we added to our list again this year, Jorge, he has an estimated $150 million real estate collection, homes in London, New York, St. Bart's, south of France. And of course, where would we be without yachts, right? These are ship owners, classic billionaire purchase yachts. So George Prokopiou, for example, owns a yacht called Dream, which has 2 outdoor swimming pools, a helipad. So if you're looking across the board, they really invested in all these different kinds of areas.
A lot of industries spanning from sports to media, everything in between. I know we talked about sanctions earlier and how other companies, not these Greek billionaires, were kind of flouting those sanctions. Have these Greek billionaires shipped oil to any other countries that were under sanctions?
So it kind of depends when what time period you're looking at. There was one example, in 2020, when the U.S. had sanctions on Venezuelan oil. The U.S. Treasury Department blocked 2 ships that were owned by 2 Greek ship owners who are now on our billionaires list. And then what happened was they came out and said they would no longer ship Venezuelan oil. And a few weeks later, the Treasury Department removed the sanctions on those ships. Historically speaking, if you go further back, there was a famous example in the 1960s when Rhodesia, which is now Zimbabwe, when it was ruled by a white minority regime, was under UN sanctions and a UN embargo. One Greek ship-owning family had attempted to ship oil to Mozambique, which was then ruled by Portugal, and it was going to be supposedly shipped by pipeline to Rhodesia. They were stopped from doing so, and they didn't. So, one good quote I think that's in our story is about how, they will not violate sanctions. They will not sort of break the law and take that kind of risk. But sort of within the parameters of what can be done, they will always try to find opportunities to make money.
So they will definitely toe that line without crossing it. So have they faced any consequences for towing that line?
Well, the example I mentioned, Venezuela, is sort of one where the ships were briefly sanctioned, sort of blocked, and then that was removed. So far, not really. I mean, if we're looking at Russia, for example, the companies that are shipping Russian oil would say, we are not breaking the law. We have not been subject to any enforcement by Western countries, and we're complying with the price cap. And that appears to be the case, right? There's no indication that they have broken any sanctions. So they are, benefiting from the impact that the war has had on sort of the tanker market, as anyone else has, whether or not they're trading Russian oil. But there's no indication that they've broken any sanctions or broken any laws. So
I want to go back to the quote you pointed out earlier, where it essentially was, the Russia-Ukraine war is obviously bad for humanity, but good for business. We saw the 2-year mark of the war come and go. Do you think we're going to continue to see this boom when it comes to Greek shipping?
Yeah, I think it's hard to say now. I mean, like taking a step back from the Greek ship owners, there's a lot of reports out now that say that, for this year and probably next year, the values and sort of prices of new tankers is going to keep rising. On the resale market, for the older tankers, it's sort of decreased a little bit recently. But the impact is still there, right? So these longer journeys are still happening. What we may see more of going forward is Russia using the so-called shadow fleet, so older ships owned by obscure companies that do not follow Western sanctions, and the U.S. has sanctioned these companies, like the ones based in Dubai that I mentioned before, that are tied to the Russian government. So the more they do that, and the Russian oil is traded more by those firms, obviously the less it's going to be traded by companies in Greece or anywhere else that do follow the Western regulations. But I don't think anyone knows how long this war is going to keep going, and the impact has really changed a lot over time. So I think it's still too early to say.
Giacomo, thanks for your reporting. I appreciate the conversation.
Thanks, Brittany, for having me.
Arnold Schwarzenegger has played many roles in his 76 years. Bodybuilder, box office star, bureaucrat, and now billionaire. Schwarzenegger was born into a poor family in the tiny Austrian village of Thal, where he later discovered his father had been a member of the Nazi Party. The Terminator and kindergarten cop star went on to use his muscles and charm to be crowned Mr. Universe 4 times, then conquer Hollywood and win California's top political office. Along the way, he has spun his fame into fortune. The 76-year-old star is now worth more than $1 billion according to Forbes estimates. Schwarzenegger initially struggled to secure acting roles because of his thick accent, but between 1970 and 2019, he churned out around 50 films, which made $5.5 billion at the box office. He was early to negotiate a cut of sales. For his blockbuster 1988 comedy Twins, Schwarzenegger pocketed nearly 20% of gross receipts, or about $35 million. In all, Schwarzenegger made about $500 million in paychecks and profit-sharing deals from his movies. By his own estimate, he gave up another $200 million in Hollywood income to serve as California's governor from 2003 to 2011. From the outset, Schwarzenegger put his cash to work. Soon after arriving in California, he used his bodybuilding earnings to buy up apartment buildings in Santa Monica. He claims he was a millionaire before getting any major movie roles in the 1970s. As the founding client of celebrity investment firm Main Street Advisors, he also pumped money into private equity and stocks, including shares of Starbucks and Google. 28 years ago, he picked up just under 5% of privately held Dimensional Fund Advisors, the now giant $718 billion investment firm. But not all of his investments have been winners. In 1991, he teamed up with Bruce Willis and Sylvester Stallone to invest in Planet Hollywood. The themed restaurant chain peaked at a valuation of more than $3 billion in 1996, only to end up in bankruptcy 3 years later. He also had a costly divorce in 2021 from former newscaster and Kennedy family member Maria Shriver. Our math assumes the pair didn't have a prenup and split their assets 50-50. Had they drawn up a premarital agreement, Schwarzenegger might be worth nearly double his current fortune.
In the world of fashion, a beacon of light shines from the soles of stilettos and boots adorned with red bottoms. Those pretty shoes, which start at about $800 a pair and can quickly reach into the mid-thousands, have found their way to the feet of the world's most beautiful people. And the designer of those shoes is none other than Christian Louboutin. Last year, both Beyoncé and Taylor Swift wore Louboutins during their respective concert tours. He designed a different shoe for each Swift era: loafers for Red, knee-high boots encrusted in rhinestones for Midnights, and Margot Robbie wore a pair of his metallic mules to the London premiere of Barbie. Despite the sea of pink, the soles of her shoes remained Louboutin Red, which has its own Pantone code, 18-1663TP. The shoes have also become pop culture touchstones. On Sex and the City, Sarah Jessica Parker's heel-addicted Carrie Bradshaw famously wore mismatched Loubies and started a trend, and Cardi B immortalized his heels in her 2017 breakout hit, Bodak Yellow. In 2016, Louboutin told Forbes, "I was born into a very feminine environment with my sisters, who helped me to understand women, and definitely led me to what I'm doing." Born and raised in Paris, Louboutin came from a working-class background. His father was a cabinet maker from Brittany, while his mother stayed home, raising him and 3 older sisters. When he was 10, Louboutin visited Paris's Museum of African and Oceanic Art and saw a sign that forbade women from wearing stilettos. That didn't sit right with the young Louboutin. kickstarting a lifelong obsession with shoes. At 16, he was expelled from school and traveled to India before returning to Paris to intern at the Folies Bergère, where he began designing shoes for the dancers. Then came a stint with French shoe designer Charles Jourdan, followed by freelance work for Chanel and Yves Saint Laurent. In 1988, he was hired by Roger Vivier, best known for inventing the stiletto in the 1950s. The famed French cobbler then took a brief hiatus from footwear, designing terraces in New York and gardens in France, before opening his first shop in Paris in 1991, with the help of two friends, Henri Seydoux and Bruno Chambellan. One of his first celebrity customers was Princess Caroline of Monaco. Since then, Louboutin's red soles have become a fixture on the red carpet. Those famous soles came to him in 1992, when he was disappointed by a shoe prototype in his atelier and saw that his assistant was polishing her nails red. He says that he then grabbed the polish and painted the soles red. From his first boutique in the Galerie Véro-Doda, a 19th century neoclassical shopping arcade a short walk away from the Louvre in Paris, the brand continued to grow, opening boutiques in New York in 1994 and London in 1997. Over the next decade, Louboutin's heels would be spotted everywhere, and he trademarked that red sole in France in 2000. 3 years later, he started selling bags, followed by men's shoes in 2009. Today, Louboutin has more than 160 boutiques in 32 countries across 4 continents, including 35 in the United States, 23 in Japan, and 20 in China. And after 4 decades of keeping his well-heeled clients in his iconic red-soled heels, shoe designer Christian Louboutin is now a billionaire. The 61-year-old designer is stepping into the billionaire ranks thanks to his eponymous fashion brand. While still best known for its towering stilettos and perilous platforms, the Louboutin brand has expanded into sneakers, bags, and beauty products, as well as lines for men and children. The company was valued at $3.2 billion last year by Exor, the investment company of Italy's Agnelli family, which bought a 24% stake in 2021 for about $650 million. Louboutin still owns 35%, which Forbes values at $1.1 billion. That stake makes up most of an estimated $1.2 billion fortune that includes other investments, such as the Vermelho Hotel, a luxury resort he opened in southern Portugal last year. Representatives for Louboutin didn't respond to requests for comment on the valuation. Over the years, his company has aggressively protected its red sole in numerous lawsuits around the world. That led to clashes with industry titans in lawsuits against Zara, which had lost, and with Yves Saint Laurent, which had partly won. Last year, Louboutin won trademark cases in Brazil and India and filed a lawsuit alongside tech giant Meta against a Mexican counterfeiter selling fake Louboutins on Facebook and Instagram. Louboutin himself remains essential to the brand's success. He designs the autumn and winter collections at his French chateau or in Portugal, and works on the spring and summer collections in Egypt or Brazil. The sketches are then manufactured into shoes at factories in Italy and Spain. The company produces more than 1 million pairs of shoes a year, and, as with many luxury fashion brands, the high prices are key to its staying power. After posting record profits during the pandemic, the luxury goods industry saw slower growth in 2023. Shoes were the slowest growing luxury category last year, expanding by only 2 to 3%, according to Bain & Company. That's impacted Louboutin too. The firm recorded net profits of $37 million in the first half of 2023, down 51% from the same period in 2022, amid raw material shortages and slow growth in China. Still, the company added 10 boutiques and remained profitable. And Louboutin isn't ready to put his feet up just yet. In February, his brand announced a new line of sunglasses with Italian eyewear maker Marcolin. And in late March, he designed a glittery, disco-themed Bal de la Rose charity gala for his old friend Princess Caroline in Monaco, replete with 59 mirror balls, a performance by Gloria Gaynor, and heels. Lots and lots of heels.
Hi, I'm Will Yakowitz. I'm a senior writer here at Forbes magazine. I'm with Christian Angermeyer, who runs the Pyron Investment Group. Christian, great to see you.
Thanks for having me. A pleasure.
Absolutely. So I want to start with enhanced games. It's a fascinating concept, and I know you and Aaron D'Souza co-founded it, and yeah, you can kind of just tell us what it is.
Well, you almost said it, like winning. It's a modern take on the Olympics, which we all know, which just happened. But the big difference is that performance-enhancing drugs, colloquially called doping, is kind of not just allowed, but also endorsed. So we want to showcase what the human body can do with the scientific help of medically approved performance-enhancing drugs.
And what is the, I guess why, simply, why should enhanced games exist, and what are you guys trying to achieve?
Many reasons. First of all, I love sports, like many people do. So in generally, I would say creating a new sports franchise was always one of my dreams on the bucket list. Second reason is, if you look at the Olympics, it's actually highly unfair what's happening, because people do dope. And in the Olympics, obviously, that is kind of cheating, because they do it in the darks, they do it, not officially. The crazy number, by the way, not from us, but from WADA, sort of the anti-doping agency, is that round about 44, I think is the number, percentage of track and field athletes at a certain point in their career use performance-enhancing drugs.
Wow.
So a good portion of the people in the Olympics have either used it before to prepare, or maybe even used it during the Olympics.
Right.
And that is highly unfair. So this was the third point is, the Olympics are extremely unfair when it comes to pay. So they make billions every event, and they give practically zero to the athletes. I'm not just talking that they give them zero money. Even if you go into the headlines some weeks ago, the whole sort of the living, what they provide, the food, people complain about, it's like, these athletes are your asset. They are the most important people. By the way, in many other sports franchises, it is positively done the right way. Like if you look at soccer, if you look at any form of sports, the top athletes are paid really well, because they are the main guys. So we want to create a track and field Olympic-style sports event where the athletes are in the center, not just of attention, but also really get the financial reward they deserve.
Right.
So many reasons to do it, but short version, it's going to be fucking cool.
Yeah, absolutely. And, speaking of money, how much are these athletes going to make, or what's the potential?
So we're just designing the details. So the first event going to be end of next year.
Okay.
We already said that we want to give a prize money per category, and we want to start with 10 categories of $1 million for breaking a world record.
Wow, okay.
Then we will have a lower prize money for winning gold, and we also think about taking a certain part of our revenues and attaching it to the social media engagement of every athlete, so that practically, even if you're not winning gold, but if you're one of the fan favorites, and if you are driving engagement and attention to the enhanced games, you should also be rewarded. So we're just coming up with the details, but these are going to be the three pillars. They're going to be a high reward money, prize money for breaking a world record. They're going to be another pot of money for gold, silver, bronze, and then they're going to be a social media kind of engagement reward.
Right. Wow. So $1 million for breaking a world record. And what sports are you starting with?
We're starting with again. We have still 2-3 sort of categories we want to finalize, because we're just going actually through the application process. We have more than 1,000 professional athletes, I think it's even 1,500 who have applied. By the way, some of them, actually not little, were in the Summer Games. Doesn't mean they were doing doping in the Summer Games, but at least they're willing from now on to use performance-enhancing drugs. So it's going to be like swimming, running, all the track and field, all the very obvious one where we're not going to do archery. So stuff like that.
Nice. And, obviously steroids and other performance-enhancing drugs are verboten in the sports world.
So we do have rules. So first of all, by the way, when people ask me, isn't that illegal? I want to clarify the terms. So at the moment, performance-enhancing drugs, colloquially called doping, in the Olympics are excluded by the Olympics as a private organization.
Right.
So it's literally like you and I start a club, and we're like, we don't like Diet Coke in the club. We can make rules because it's our own event, but that does not mean people always use that word wrong. It's performance-enhancing drugs. At least most of them are not illegal as long as they medically approved products.
Right.
So what we are doing, we have actually 3 rules. Rule number 1, most important one, medically approved drugs only. We at Apeiron, one of our core sort of pillars or core investment themes is biotech. And I just believe in science. And FDA approved drug is sort of the gold standard globally for how you prove something is both something both works and has sort of little enough, because anything has side effects, but it has hopefully little side effects, but we also know all the side effects. So an FDA approved drug, we have all the transparency we need. So that is one rule, medically approved medications, drugs only. Second, which obviously goes hand in hand, you have to have a doctor who's prescribing it to you. So we want somebody who publicly says, I'm the doctor for this person. I'm responsible, means also I'm responsible that this is done responsibly. So you have to have a doctor who sort of takes the responsibility, most likely even publicly. And third one, which is maybe the most important one, we're gonna do a health screening before every single event. And we do not allow any side effects which are dangerous. So most performance enhancing drugs, if you look at the hard science, are very low risk. People throw out the word risk, but nobody defines it. And a good friend of mine, who is one of the most genius neuroscientists of our time, Professor David Nutt, he I think it's 10 years ago, even longer, he defined for the first time what is the risk of taking a drug. And he looked at all the both medically approved drugs and illegal drugs and non-classified like alcohol. And he made a very, very comprehensive risk score. Practically, can you die when you take it? Can you have damage? Is the damage irreversibly? And so on. I think it's like, I don't know, 15 or whatever of certain parameters. And then he created a risk score. And then why this is so important is practically that can guide a lot of discussions we're going to have today about drugs, medical drugs, recreational drugs, hopefully recreational drugs, which soon become medical use, whatever. Because if you look at performance-enhancing drugs, steroids, one of them, there are some other categories, they are, if taken properly with medical guidance, they are at very low risk. Infinitive less risk than alcohol or anything we all do the whole day, if properly taken. We gonna tell our athletes and their doctors, do it responsible, do it in the medical framework, then they have very low risk. But if you exaggerate, if you take too much, whatever, we're gonna see it because the side effects, and mostly for steroids, for example, the side effects are around the heart, and they're visible. So we tell everybody, if you prepare for a year and then show up and have a heart damage, you're not gonna start. So we're gonna be, and that is maybe another point where athletes love us, we're gonna be the most healthy and safe, because there's, by the way, the Olympics did crazy statements, which by the way shows there I'm a little bit critical, that they know nothing about science. Some of the Olympics commissioners, I think Lord Coe, or how I spell his name, big shout out, because I really think he's an idiot. I have to say it, because like it's so unscientific. Somebody's gonna die. I was like, no, we're gonna be much safer than the Olympics, because if we test everybody, they will, we put a limit on what they're doing, but also, like if they did it, if the Olympics did test everybody, they would have less incidents. So the question is, by the way, why are they not doing it?
And do you know the answer?
Well, I think because they're very thrifty, they don't spend, it's going to be expensive. Like, we're going to have a full team of doctors with the best equipment, whatever, to make a health check. You could do it, it's just expensive. But again, I think the athletes are totally worth it. They are our sort of main partners in it. But then second, I believe the Olympics are terribly afraid of showing that most of them, or at least some of them do something. And so I think they don't want to look at it. And why do they do that? I think because they don't want to lose their narrative of we are the clean ones, but also, by the way, again, the Olympics in France were like a gift for us, like because so many things went wrong, and there were so many discussions about China, whatever. There were so many. It's such a political thing, and we don't want to be political. It's very simple. These are the rules. We're gonna test it. Everybody's tested the same way. There's no like gray zones, no leeways, and whatever.
Right. And speaking of kind of politics and countries, like it's not going to be nationalistic, right?
It's just like the best athletes, full stop.
Right. And one more question before we move on. But, obviously you're an investor and this is a venture-backed business. Can you kind of talk about the economics? Like, what do you see as the return? Like, is this going to be ticket sales? Are you selling? Is this going to be like a live Netflix thing? Like,
So ticket sales, even in the sort of other sports, is not the biggest driver. So in the core, we are a sports franchise like any other, where the two main drivers are sponsoring and TV rights. So in general, media rights. We were completely blown away from the response from these two groups, both from sponsors and from media outlets. But if you had asked me like a year ago when we started planning it, I would have said, I'm prepared to have 3 years of uphill battle where we're doing great events, but maybe the big brands are not gonna sponsor us. Whatever.
Not gonna be
the Nikes of the world, the big media outlets are not going to touch us because it's going to be controversial. But it went way quicker than I thought. Really, you tell me, and obviously everybody can judge for themselves, but my feeling is that this was way less of an uphill battle in the public perception. Some people are critical, and by the way, I like it when people are critical because they want to be controversial, because being controversial is actually driving engagement.
Right.
Yeah. But it's way less than I thought. And sometimes I cynically or funnily say I'm almost worried that it's already too much of zeitgeist and we're missing a little bit the public debate around it, because I want it. But also we got contacted by every single big media outlet, TV stations, streamers, online stuff. We got contacted by many big brands who want to be partners. But the second part is we're gonna ask our athletes to share their biodata with us. And because obviously it's transparent, they have no reason not. This goes from wearables they can wear to blood tests, whatever. And obviously tell us what they own, what they are on, because they have no reason to be afraid. That will give us over time the biggest database for performance enhancing drugs, which is incredibly valuable for any form of new drug development and any form of science. So actually, aside of the sports company, we're also going to be a big science company in partnership, and we're going to announce the first partnership soon, in partnerships with biotech pharma companies to develop new performance-enhancing drugs.
Oh, wow.
And this is not just relevant for sports, because talking about one of my other big passions, longevity, or in generally combating sort of aging, is very close to performance enhancing. So in terms of science, in terms of medications you're taking, so it's not just about finding new medications and performance enhancers for sports guys, it's gonna be stuff which gonna profit really everybody in the world, because obviously aging is a problem for all of us.
I do want to talk about psychedelics and your company Atai, and how you invested in Compass. You're kind of a self-described teetotaler, like you aren't a big drinker or smoker or, doing psychedelics. How did you get into psychedelics, and how did a kid from a German village start a psychedelics company?
I realized fairly early, in my teens, that I'm always fairly happy. Doesn't mean, by the way, people that always artificially have bad days, everybody has. But overall, I have I think life is awesome. I'm happy with myself. And at the same time, I think I'm not dumb. So I always said something in my brain is right. Both from a happiness perspective and from a intellectual perspective. So I don't want to jinx it. So that was my complete mantra my whole life, and still is. Let's not put anything in my body which sort of can ruin that good thing. So that's why I never drank alcohol. That's why I never tried cannabis. I never tried cocaine. I never did anything. And then actually multiple stories coming together. And I do believe a little bit, I'm very spiritual, like I believe in fate, so to say. Like I think something was pushing me towards psychedelics. First of all, there were two very good friends who told me 2-3 years already about it. They kind of hippie, so they did it regularly, and they sort of started telling me, by the way, we're talking now about 2014, so a time when psychedelics were not a part of the public conversation at all.
Yeah.
Full stop. Like it was not there. Like, so they told me about psychedelics. I was always saying, no, thank you. No, I'm not doing that. But I was interested. Then I met a scientist at a dinner, actually not just a scientist, like one of the most famous neuroscientists in Germany. And he told me about psychedelics and that he's still working with them, which by the way never stopped. So the science around psychedelics was never stopping. It was just a career killer. So not a lot of people did it.
Right.
Yeah, well now it's a career booster. And then I was in this one moment in the Caribbean with these two friends. They said again, they're doing a mushroom trip. It was 2014. And I was like, you know what, I want to try it. So, and by the way, that was before I ever zipped on alcohol. Technically, it was the first ever substance I've ever done. And but I could talk hours about that alone, but the short version is it was hands down the single most meaningful, deep, important thing, adding even to my already existing level of happiness I've ever done in my whole life.
Wow.
And because we're in biotech, I came out of that trip the next day, I was thinking about it, it was like, holy shit, if it's doing this amount of positivity to me as a happy, healthy person, I can totally see how it can do actually, which was completely forgotten, but which we had actually scientifically proven in the 50s and 60s, how these substances can actually maybe even cure, but at least dramatically improve mental health issues like depression, anxiety, addiction, and whatsoever. And that was the moment when I emotionally decided I want to bring these substances back. And I'm very proud because like nobody, again, this was not like a trend or whatever. It was like, there was actually for 3 years then, from 2014 to 2016, 17, every single person I told about that idea said you're completely insane. By the way, I did some daring things in my life, even now in Hans games, whatever, but the sort of amount of advice not to do it I got for psychedelics was insane. From head of states who said, no, you're our advisor, no, to fellow investors who said, okay, people will not, whatever, trust you anymore, to journalists, to lawyers, to like my colleagues, like everybody said it's a very bad idea. But I believe obviously so much in these substances that I was really following it. And now comes the point, like a little bit of an emotional story and maybe also a little bit of a spiritual one, because I had a trip like at the end of 2016, in a holiday, in a country where it's legal, literally 2 days before New Year's Eve. And for the ones who haven't read about psychedelics, whatever, like the short version is you gain insights. That I think is the neutral we can talk about. But like, and by the way, in a mental health context, if people have depression, anxiety, whatever, it helps them to rearrange their view on them because they gain insights how to deal with them, whatever. So, but in my case, that message, if you want to call it like that, in this trip was you know that these are good substances. Just go out and talk about it to people on TV, wherever you can. So literally the mission was, and I'm very proud, this was 2016, I have done it since then every single time. In every meeting, I always bring it up. There's not a single meeting, whatever the meeting is about, with whomever it is, at least I want to mention psychedelics. And the message was, it's just going to be good for you. And I flew from that holiday trip to New York, January 2017. And the first meeting of the year I had with Mike Novogratz, big shout out. And I went into his office, and I will never forget that because I was like kind of nervous, although Mike is a good friend, because in my head I need to now do that, like from now on, in every meeting again. And I cannot emphasize it long enough for how different the time was, because now like there's not a single dinner I'm not going where people anyway, even if they don't know me, talk about psychedelics.
It's a mainstream.
It's the mainstream, but back then, no, zero. And I go into Mike's office, was a little bit nervous, and he was like, hey, what's up? Like, I was like, let's talk about psychedelics. Yeah, I just had a trip. And Mike was fascinated and had never, he said, hey, I think he said he'd done it like 20 years ago in college. Yeah, but like it wasn't, he was like, no, nothing about it. Tell me about it. And then I leave his office, and the next morning he calls me, and he started the call with, this cannot be a coincidence. He said he hadn't talked about psychedelics literally for 20 years. And he said, you sit in my office yesterday and bring up this strange topic. And the next morning, his sister, who runs TED conference, called him. She was on a yoga retreat in Bali. And there was a couple in the yoga retreat who told her that they're working on bringing psilocybin, one psychedelic, the active ingredient in magic mushrooms, back for the treatment of mental health issues. But nobody wants to fund them because everybody thinks they're crazy.
Yeah.
And Mike was like, they live in London, you two should meet. I was like, sure. I met them in February 2017. The meeting took an hour. I said, look, I'm your financial backer. Yeah, and we started Compass Pathways together, which is now a listed company and is focusing on psilocybin, which is what I have on my arm here, the active ingredient in magic mushrooms. And then I discovered it. I thought about it, like there are more psychedelics, like DMT, 5-MeO DMT, ibogaine. Some would say ketamine and MDMA are psychedelics. They're not, but like they adjacent to that world. And Compass always wanted to focus on psilocybin only. Right. So I started a second company called Atai, also stock market listed now, which is doing literally all the other psychedelics and owns my stake in Compass Pathways, where we're still the largest investor.
Yeah, cool. And you helped Compass raise funds for you, Mike, and Peter Thiel.
That was the first round. Yeah, obviously I took Mike in because he made me the intro. Sure. Yeah, I had talked to Peter about psychedelics. He was intrigued. So these were my two sort of co-investors in the first round. Yeah.
Right. And, obviously speaking of psychedelics and, drugs related to MDMA, obviously got like a recent big blow from the FDA. They rejected their application and said, how do you think that'll affect the world of psychedelics in the future of, potential turning these molecules into potential medicines?
It's sad because it delays MDMA, but I want to make clear, because I know, like, again, the media shortened it and was like, oh, it's a blow for psychedelics. Yeah. It's not. Like, unfortunately, the company who did the trials did it in kind of a messy way. I know it's like, because like, I really feel sorry for them. Yeah. So I don't want to criticize too much, but like, if you look at them, just one fact, like their phase 3, in biotech, you have phase 1, phase 2, they normally have 2 phase 3, and then hopefully, if it holds what you assume, then you have approval. So their phase 3 trial was roundabout as big as our psilocybin phase 2 trial. So they really did the minimal version because they didn't have a lot of money. And while it's sad, but I always acknowledged when we started Compass and Atai that it is a controversial topic. I think for no reason. I think it shouldn't be controversial, but I need to accept where we are.
Yeah.
So
they're currently illegal drugs.
Yeah. So my message to my colleagues, which both Atai and Compass did wonderfully, was like, as little as I like spending too much money, as an investor, I'm very like frugal. But in this case, we cannot save like in the wrong place. Like, we will be up for critique. Yeah, there will be people who, for whatever reason, will poke into our trials. Like, so we need to be gold standard in any form, like in the size. Like, size means how many patients you include, how you design it, how you think about it, in everything. Like, unfortunately, the company who did MDMA did the opposite. They did the smallest possible legally trial. Yeah, and then I don't want to go into details. It's all online. From mistakes to, I think, a little bit like fake data. And so what I want to say is, because it's important, like the FDA had to reject it. Yeah, and not because MDMA is bad, like, but if you have a bad data set for a good drug, a bad executed data set, they cannot say, oh, because we think it's a good drug, we give you a pass. Like, that is unfortunately, it's not how it's working in science. Yeah. Like, you need to do your work. Yeah. So, but it has nothing, if at all, it's showing that our approach, which was always gold standard, raising a lot of money, doing it for profit, by the way, like, having stock market listed companies, whatever, is the right approach. Second, a little bit like the silver lining, like, because I unfortunately think it's called original, it's called racemic MDMA, will never see the approval now, because they now they lost years, and they would need to raise so much money. And then also the company who did it was very anti-capitalistic, which I always thought was stupid, because I think, don't need to that Forbes, but like capitalism is the way to go. You raise money, like that's so they never did patents. So they always believed in no patents, whatever. So it's going to be very hard, I think, to bring MDMA racemic back. But we have a novel version of MDMA in the Atai portfolio. It's called RMDMA.
It's like R-ketamine, where it's
exactly. It's a different isomer. So we have full patent protection on it. We have great data. We now decided because I think patients deserve it. MDMA is a valuable, potential valuable treatment for especially post-traumatic stress disorder, which a lot of veterans have, whatever. We decided to really fast track our MDMA so that hopefully we're going to succeed soon.
Right. And, looking at a future where these medications might be FDA approved, like what kind of future are we looking at? Do you go to the pharmacy to get these drugs, or are they like therapist combination?
Very good point. Yeah. So I believe these drugs are extremely valuable. I believe they shouldn't be legal. I believe they should be available, but in a guided context.
Yeah.
What does it mean? Like, not just medically approved, that's the baseline, but we actually applying for the category where you cannot take it alone because they're very strong and you go on a very deep experience, which I would say, again, I'm always careful because we're in the approval process. Hopefully, we finish it soon, but like it always at least helps people. But especially when you do it for a medical reason, depression, for example, the trip or the experience in itself can be rocky. And you need to have somebody next to you who gives you guidance, makes sense, and really literally guides you through the experience. So we don't want to make it prescription drugs, which you can take home, but we want people to be at the doctor, do it with them, and then go home. So but it's not an overnight stay. It's just how you call it, inpatient, like 2 hours, whatever.
Right. Yeah.
By the way, to take one question already, so a lot of people over the last years, and hopefully now finally with MDMA that showed that I really like not just the right, but also have the right intention, said, oh, Christian is saying all of that, because there were people who said, oh, if you are doing it in your holiday, which is true, by the way, so I want to address it openly, that obviously I'm doing it. There are countries in the world, they just don't classify it, so it's neither actively legal or not legal, it's just not classified, So, but people always like, if you do it in your holiday and enjoy it so much and it gives you so much, why are you not advocating globally that it should be like cannabis, sold everywhere, available everywhere? I said there's many reasons. The one is like, because I don't do it alone. Like I do it with friends, but friends who are educated, who know what they're doing. One is actually a therapist. Like sort of, I do it in a proper setting. I have people minding me. Second, I'm not doing it for a medical reason, so I totally acknowledge that people who do it for medical reasons might have much more rocky trips. Good ones at the end, but needed. Yeah, but third, super important, that somebody needs to pay all of that. Yeah, I can afford going to a nice place, have friends with me, whatever, but like there are so many people, they want a therapy obviously to be paid and not gonna go to a coffee shop or a cannabis shop and whatever, do it alone, like, and they can't afford to pay privately for somebody sitting with them. But third, these therapies are incredibly strong, and that's why they're so beautiful. That's why they can make such a difference. By the way, we have nothing else in mental health. Mental health has become the number one problem of our time. If you look at number of patients, more than 1 billion people are in the statistics with a mental health issue, but because it's still a stigmatized disease, we're very sure there are much more people suffering from it than the numbers, than the cost and whatever. So because it's such an important thing, and nothing else helps, psychedelics are great, but they're great because they're strong. So, and I looked in the history of psychedelics because people were like, oh, look at the 60s, they gave it out like Smarties. I was like, that's the problem. Yeah, the 60s were not a role model. Like, and I was hated for that sentence, but I say it over and over again. The 60s were not a role model. Yeah, Timothy Leary created by his loose way and his non-diligent way, like, and he's like, oh, give it to everybody. He created the backslash. He's one of the reasons, amongst others, why it's illegal. Yeah, all the other 10,000 years of recorded history of psychedelic use, and a lot of religions, a lot of practices are built on psychedelics, they did it extremely regulated. So my favorite example is always there is this Greek cult, or has been, the Eleusinian Mysteries, yeah, the longest lasting, more than 2,000 years, religion centered around psychedelics. And they did it super regulated. They were like twice a year, with a priest together, forbidden by death, harder than the FDA, that you do it outside that framework. Right. Yeah. And I always said, I want to bring psychedelics actually back into society, but in a way how they have been treated over 10,000 years, with care, with high sort of also respect for the power of psychedelics. But if done properly, in our case, because who are the shamans of our times, the doctors, the therapists, if done in a medical context, I think they have the power to change the world.
Through Apeiron, you invest in a range of, from psychedelics to Bitcoin to space lasers and longevity, which is, well, communication lasers, but it's better to say space lasers, right? But yeah, I just kind of wanted to touch on your investment thesis. Like, how are all these things connected in your mind?
Yeah. So, meaning very high level, I believe we live in the most interesting time. Mm-hmm. Like, I couldn't dream up a more exciting time to be alive, and hopefully alive for long. And I think in the next 20 years, we're gonna change with technological and medical innovation, both the world around us, the physical world, whatever, but also the world inside us, our body, how we age, hopefully not age, how long we live, how happy we are. Most likely we're gonna be smarter, whatever. We change everything, inside and outside us. And I know there are people are afraid of, and I think things can go wrong, but I'm an eternal optimist. I can see a future which is really great for all of us, where we're happier, healthier, live longer, can really follow our passion, whatever. And I want to be a small part in sort of creating that future. Mm-hmm. So that's sort of the overarching headline. We have 4 pillars. Biotech is still the biggest one, which is where I come from. Right. I think biotech is just had a hard time the last 3 years. Also, if you look at the Atai share price, meaning biotech as a sector got obliterated. Yeah, because interest rates up, long dated cash flows, whatever. But biotech going to come back because it's such a valuable industry, and it's also such a fulfilling industry, because every time you succeed with small stuff, big stuff in biotech, you do help people with mental health, with cancer, whatever you work on. Like, so I think biotech is just like is an obvious thing where you create the future. We focus within biotech on mental health and on longevity. Why? I think you wrote it in the article. I think it's just like the total addressable market is 100%. Like, which person would you meet which doesn't live longer and healthier, not just longer and healthier, and doesn't want to be happier? Like, these are the two big sort of dreams, demands, I would call it, like every human being has.
Yeah, everyone wants that. Yeah, to be happy and healthy. Yeah.
So then we have a pillar which is very simple, is crypto and any crypto-related companies. I just believe in Bitcoin. There's almost nothing else. I think it's very obvious. Like, I think the world needs always a store of value, which protects the wealth of any individual of the greedy hands of politicians. If you look at the track record, every single government in the history of humanity, there's not a single exemption, has not ruined their currency. There's not a single currency where politicians, leaders, head of states, over time, over the last 10,000 years, were prudent. Every empire, every reservoir is often connected with ruining the currency. So this is why people instinctively, since humans are around, we're looking for stores of value. And we have some which vanished again, from cows to I don't know, pearls, seashells, whatever, seashells, but like gold is the sort of the winner in that. So, but honestly, gold has no other value, more or less. It's a little bit of like
looks pretty.
Yeah, looks pretty, whatever. But like the core value of gold is a store of value. By the way, what I just learned, maybe I say something but like, why? Because gold cannot be produced on Earth. So all the gold on Earth, and people seem to have known that instinctively. Right. Gold is just being produced in a dying star. Yeah. So all the gold on Earth has been seeded with comets somewhere, but it can't be made here. Never. Yeah. We don't have the power to make it.
So it's really the Alchemist tried that.
Yeah, but so it's really immutable, and Bitcoin is just beautifully both built on the reason why gold became the store of value and just improved it because it makes it easier to transport it. Yeah, you don't have the whole nature devastation by harvesting gold whatsoever. So, and I just believe we need it. Yeah. So, and by the way, people are always like, oh yeah, but what's other use cases? There will be other use cases. We're actually working on one big use case, how we hopefully can improve the Bitcoin, or improve, how can we add on the Bitcoin network that it also can be used more efficiently for applications, whatever. But in the core, I think it's almost enough to be the store of value. And Bitcoin still is just, I haven't looked it up today, but like it's around about 1/10 of gold.
Yeah.
So if Bitcoin just goes par with gold, I think it will exceed it. I have a 10x with Bitcoin.
Yeah.
That's my sort of long answer why I love Bitcoin.
Right.
And once you love Bitcoin, there is many sort of investments around it, from exchanges to data center companies, Bitcoin mining, and a lot of them morphed then into AI companies as well. So that's sort of that pillar.
Right.
Then we have a little bit of a catch-all, future tech, like from space tech to, I'm very passionate about novel foods because I think a lot of the problems of the world, when we have a lot of them, because people sometimes hear me talking and say, oh, Christian thinks everything is rosy, whatever. No, there are a lot of problems, but I think technology will solve them, not like make them worse. So I think one is like I don't think there's overpopulation, but we need to think about how we can sustainably feed people, whatever. So I believe very much in lab-grown meat, fish, and all of that. So we have a lot of investments there, but it's this whole pocket future tech. And then we have a little bit of an antidote to these three, let's say, tech and biotech businesses, which we call happiness, leisure, and hospitality. The thesis behind is that I believe over the next 10 years already, very sooner than we think, the combination of AI and robotics will give every human being much more free time.
Right.
And so we think, and by the way, I believe, equal or the same pay in terms of you get the same value in money, because I think otherwise we're going to have a revolution. So governments will either actively force companies to pay the same for much less work, or companies, by the way, doing it kind of already now. Like Jamie Dimon said, he might allow people like just to work 3 days and from at home and whatever, because they don't need that people, but companies feel instinctively, even if we could fire more, like we shouldn't, because like someone that's gonna blow up. But long story short, I believe people will have much more free time with the same amount of purchasing power. And that's why we invest a lot in companies which will help people make the most out of the time, from hotels, brands and real estate, to live entertainment, to content production whatsoever.
Yeah, that's interesting. And one thing I wanted to touch on before we let you go is, you've said in an investment memo that sports is kind of sports and celebrity is like the new cult, the new religion. I was wondering if you could kind of dive into that.
Well, it's what I just said is before the cult comes, like, it's like people will have a bigger share of wallet, which they attach or which they give to how to spend their free time. So anything what is already there, like sports, celebrities, whatever, which is kind of helping people to enjoy their life, just gonna become bigger. So I told you, like, if I could buy an index over the top 20 celebrities, I would buy it because I think their value is gonna go up because people are gonna spend more share of wallet on them.
Right.
At the same time, a little bit philosophical, I think we're kind of dissolving some of the original like ties of society, like religion, families, whatever, and we're kind of in a transition period where we're like and it happened before, like where we're replacing certain values with new values, and I think people need that feeling of belonging. Like, sort of religion has actually, I think, two components, or even not just any kind of community. You have, in the religion case, you have the supernatural or the spiritual part.
Yeah.
But if you leave that even out, like I always will say, not every person who goes to the church is very spiritual. A lot of them just like the community as well. So religions have also just provided for community, sticking together, whatever. And a soccer club at least fulfills that part. I deeply believe Taylor Swift God forbid, no, I think she's a great artist. Like, it's not like it's politically.
Don't
Don't say anything.
Swift,
No,
yeah.
but I think she's a great artist. But I think that she's that popular, you can't explain alone with the quality of her music.
Sure.
I think this became a movement. There's people like they call themselves Swifties. They want to. It's a feeling.
Yeah,
it's like a community. It's an identity, and we dissolve so many other identities that I think sports, celebrities, whatever, replacing that.
Related to that, I've heard you say something about, immune system related to mental health. I was wondering if you could kind of expand on that.
Yeah, so talking about Taylor Swift as a very positive example, like I was thinking a lot in the whole journey when we were working on psychedelics, like one of the underexplored areas of research is why do people get a mental health issue in the first place? And especially why do people, there are certain elements of the human nature we all have to go through. Nobody can prevent it. Like if life goes normal, your parents gonna die before you. Mm-hmm. Yeah, even if you're the best, hardest working person in the world, you're gonna have a hard time in the job somewhere. Yeah, you someone gonna be dumped by your boyfriend, girlfriend, or whatever. There are gonna be these hard times, and while it's hard for all of us, some people go through it and just then someone come out of it, but some people slide into a mental health issue. That is at least one of the starting points of mental health issues. And the whole area is called resilience research. So I looked a lot into it, and my personal takeaway, it's not fully scientifically proven at all. That's a disclaimer, but I think it's a good point because that everybody can take it away for their own sort of daily life. And a lot of scientists I talk to say you might be onto something, at least in the way I put it, and I want to put in more research, is like I believe deeply that we have a mental health immune system. As we have an immune system in our body, which is fighting diseases or whatever, we have a mental health immune system, which is when we experience these hard times, making sure we go through it. And I believe it consists of three things. It consists of faith, purpose, and love, community. Let me explain. Faith is like, I think, even if we don't like to admit it, we need something transcendental, bigger in our life. And I mentioned it before, but I think it's important. Like, I'm very spiritual, and I think it's very, I always say, I don't know, I cannot prove if God exists, but I think believing in a higher being makes you a happier person. Yeah, so it's just a win-win. If God exists, you made it right. Like, if not, like, you at least had a better life. Yeah. Sure. But I thought, why is that? Like, and take you, like you told me you have 2 children. Instinctively, and it's almost sad that we're not talking about it more in society, because that is pushing it sort of in your subconscious net. You are worried about that every day. Yeah. Like if your daughter is on camp, you're like, hopefully she's fine, hopefully nothing is happening. Yeah, and that constant nagging pain almost, or worry, yeah, is a risk and is weakening your immune system. While if you are believing in something higher, it's telling you you're gonna be all right, and even, God forbid, something is happening to the loved ones, whatever, you're gonna see them again somewhere, because there is a bigger reason for everything. And people, I think, again, I don't wanna claim higher being exists, but I think we're wired to be religious, and it's good for us. Yeah. Second, people need purpose. We all wanna wake up and wanna be part of society and wanna know, to have some passion for something. Yeah. And third, the most important one, we are wired to be social animals. We want to have community, close family. So unfortunately, if I look at our societies, especially in the West, all these 3 things, faith, purpose, and love, are actually on the decline. Yeah, faith is obviously on the decline, but I think it's making us miserable. Then AI and robotics instinctively, or tells people, and even if they don't fully know what it is, the bus driver knows that most likely they're not going to drive the bus in 10 years because AI is going to drive the bus. So I think we see an erosion of purpose where people are deeply terrified because they think there is no place for them. I do believe there is a place, but we need sort of, always in periods of change, it's very sort of emotionally challenging. And then third, I don't want to make a political statement, but I think we're too much as society erode traditional family models. Like we're we don't have intergenerational families anymore. Not a lot. Like, also, if I think I grew up, like I had so many camps, community groups, whatever. I don't. So it's all a little bit eroding. Right. And again, it's at the end. That's my personal explanation as well. While if we look at the hard numbers, mental health issues are incredibly on the rise. And it doesn't make sense. If I look at the charts of depression, anxiety, whatever, and I wouldn't say what it is, and I would show you the chart, you would say that's an infectious disease. It's kind of
spreading.
It doesn't make sense. And I think the underlying reason is that our immune system is weakening. I think we're a little bit like instinctively holding on to things, like the Swifties, like we're holding on to communities we can find, or you think like older people, they might go to church like more when they lost all of their family, whatever. So, but I think what are the messages I want to tell you, like if you think about these three things, I think you can do things every day, which a little bit like sort of help you keeping that. And then hopefully people that don't get mental health issues in the first place, when they do, I hope someone soon going to have psychedelics. Which, by the way, last sentence, if you look at what psychedelics truly do, if I would describe it in a non-medical, non-scientific way, then they help you discover exactly these three things. Almost every person who does psychedelics comes out of a trip and has some sort of spiritual idea. Right. They all learn more about themselves, and it helps them refine their purpose in life if they've lost it. And every single person, there's literally, and we've treated thousands of people, comes out and says the cheesy sentence, at the end it's all about love. Right. And that's why I think psychedelics are so powerful to help with mental health issues.
Well, great. Christian, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate
It was a great pleasure.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
I'm in Las Vegas this morning on a sunny, hot day. We're here to mark the start of construction of Brightline West. This is expected to be the first high-speed rail project that's operational in the United States. The goal by its developer, Wes Edens, a billionaire who owns the Milwaukee Bucks and the Aston Villa Football Club in the UK, is to have this thing built in 4 years for a total cost of $12 billion. And the expectation is that it's going to be operational in time for the Summer Olympics in LA in 2028. So this project, if it moves as fast as expected and stays on budget and on time, would be the first true bullet train in the United States running at speeds of up to 200 miles an hour or more, and do that within about 4 years. Wes Edens, the guy behind this, is a private equity billionaire. He's a part owner of the Milwaukee Bucks NBA franchise. He also owns the Aston Villa Football Club in the UK and other European soccer teams. Wes has been fixated on doing this project for years. Previously, Brightline opened its first private railway in Florida a few years ago, and last year added a new extension connecting that project from Orlando all the way down to Miami. To learn a little bit more, Forbes had an exclusive opportunity to sit down with Wes Edens, who is the chairman of Brightline, as well as U.S. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, to understand what this project means both for Wes and his company, but also more broadly, high-speed rail in this country.
Finally, groundbreaking for Brightline West, and you expect this to be the first high-speed rail system in the United States when it opens. Do you really think you can get this 218-mile system between Las Vegas and Southern California built within a 4-year timetable?
100%. It's not just a wild speculation on our part. That's the product of a tremendous amount of work and time and money that's been put into it already. And we kind of broke the system up into segments, so we're not really starting at one place to get to the other. So you'll see simultaneous activity along the corridor for this. The rolling stock, is something we were actually out, putting out for the bids right now. So it's something that we want to get, off the drawing boards and into production soon. So all those things together, we really do believe that the timeline is both an aggressive one, but a very achievable one. And we think 4 years from now, we'll have a train where we're standing right now.
And you're confident it'll be operational in time for the LA Summer Olympics in 2028?
We are. There's the things we control and things we don't control. So we think that we can control the construction part of it. At the end of it, there's then a very lengthy process of then making sure that it qualifies for all the FRA and government guidelines for this. And there hasn't been a high-speed train to test against. So that's a little bit of ambiguity. But we do feel like that was the target all along. We feel like having President Biden ride before the end of his second term is a big part of it's always good to have a goal, and that's a goal that we have, and we're excited about it.
Mr. Secretary, this project is happening with a lot of federal support, a $3 billion grant, $3.5 billion in private activity bonds. Is this the model, or in this case, are you trying to just get things going and help fund this particular project and hoping that stokes up interest?
Well, we do believe that when this project is complete, it's going to open the floodgates for American expectations around high-speed rail. It won't anymore be, I just got back from Japan, why can't we have that? It'll be, I just got back from Vegas, why can't we have that in the Midwest or in the Northwest or wherever I live as a domestic tourist in the United States?
Mm-hmm.
This is important because it really establishes that it can be done here, which, by the way, of course it can be done here. This is the United States of America, but in the past, we haven't invested enough to make this happen. I'll tell you, the federal funding coming into this project came from a very competitive process. So it was not done lightly. They had to hit all sorts of marks in order to qualify, both for the $3 billion in grants and the $3.5 billion in financing that's coming to support this project. But we wouldn't be here if we didn't believe in it. And human experience and American experience has demonstrated that projects of this level of ambition are difficult, they're doable, and they're hugely impactful when they actually get achieved.
This is not the first groundbreaking for a high-speed rail project. Next door in California, one's been underway for a while, but the timeline is a lot longer, the costs are a lot greater. There's a big chunk of the budget that no one knows exactly where that's going to come from. Should California consider working with a Brightline West or another private entity to maybe help that project get built all the way from LA to San Francisco?
Well, the structure, the scale, and the distance of the California project make it quite different from this one. But what I will say is, the more you do it, the more you do it. In other words, the more we have functioning high-speed rail up and running in the United States, the more we have a nationwide readiness for it, both in terms of customers, passengers, and in terms of the professionals who work on it, who, when they encounter a problem, they're not encountering it for the first time. I think that's already served Brightline well because of their experience, not what we would consider high-speed in these terms, but real experience delivering an important train service in Florida. And I think in turn, the California project and this and every other high-speed rail vision in America can all benefit from each other because we build that muscle memory as a country on how to do this, and that industry as a country, that domestic high-speed rail industry that I think could take its place alongside the auto industry and the aviation industry as a huge employer and driver of value in the United States.
Mm-hmm. Wes, you've been thinking about this a long time, and as mentioned, you're already operating the Florida system. You're now starting with this one, but you've mentioned there are other intercity routes that look very compelling. Is there another one that looks as doable? Because obviously in this case, a lot of the regulatory approval was done, a lot of the environmental approval was done, the land was acquired. So this one seems to have many things working in its favor. Are there others that both look attractive but also have some of the same elements going for it?
Yeah, I think there are actually many others. And I think that probably the major development between version 1.0 in Florida and version 2.0 here in Vegas, LA, is moving off of an existing rail system into an already disturbed transportation corridor, which is I-15. And so there's lots of highways that connect these city pairs that are attractive. So the too far to drive, too short to fly, with two big population centers, that's the secret sauce of this. Putting it in the middle of the highway, I think, actually solves a lot of issues. You can basically, you can create your own system. You can put a fence around it. There's no rail crossings. You can go at true high speeds, 200 miles, plus an hour. So there's a lot of those. So when we look around the country, there's very obvious ones. The whole kind of Texas triangle of, Dallas to Houston, Houston to San Antonio, Austin there. That's one that obviously makes sense in terms of the economic profile of it. Portland to Seattle and that whole area of the world. The Midwest, even like you look at places from, Cleveland to Columbus and whatnot. So I think that there are many, many expressions of it. You need to de-risk it by getting one done. What the Secretary said, I really believe in, is like, it can't be a second until there was a first. But once you have a P&L, you can look at it, you can see that the revenue projections are correct, you can see that the ridership is correct. That's what will really catalyze this. And I think that there's a number of places it'll go. And I think this first one it's not just the development of this system that's important, it's the development of the entire industry. That's the really exciting, that's the milestone for me that I think will be really notable when we look back on this in years to come.
And what's your ridership target for SoCal to Vegas once things are sort of like annualized after a year or two of operation?
There's about 50 million trips that happen between Las Vegas and Los Angeles. About 85% of those happen by car, right? When you look at the amount of time that you save people, that's a big indicator of how many people are going to ride your train. So simply put, the more time you save them, the more you're going to do it. There's few places you're going to save people more time than between here and LA. Right, that ride is at best a long ride, and at worst it's a lot worse than that. So we think that a pretty good percentage of the 40 plus million that are on that will get onto our train. I think our initial estimates are around 12 million is kind of a stabilized number.
Okay.
But I really believe long term we'll have a capacity problem more than a ridership problem, because I think that this is just such a compelling opportunity for people versus driving across the desert that I think it'll be really, really amazing.
And over time, do you see an opportunity to connect from Rancho into actual Los Angeles proper?
Well, we are connected on the metro system, right? So basically you can walk across the tracks and get onto the Metrolink system. That's a very active, very, very productive system in Southern California. Would love to see that get electrified. Would love to aspire one day to get down there, but that's not part of the plans right now. And I say I'd like to get electrified because I'd like to see fewer emissions kind of everywhere. And so I think that would be an obvious choice for it. But when you look at the system itself, I-15 kind of comes down the pass and it goes into the LA basin. Everything goes from there. So putting a train station right there is really a sensible thing, right? That's what 100% of the people that drive to Las Vegas have to drive past our train station, right? So that's a very, very good place to start. So the train station itself is not a second choice at all. We think that obviously Union Station is an iconic place, and that'd be a lot of great things, but there's that's not really the destination that we view as important as the Rancho Station.
Mr. Secretary, what looks like the most promising next project after this one?
Well, our corridor identification program is funding several early planning efforts around the country. The Texas Central Railroad that would go Dallas to Houston, the Cascadia Vision that would connect Vancouver, Seattle, and Portland, Charlotte to Atlanta, which, given the amount of economic growth happening there, and just the population layout of that part of the South, also incredibly compelling. And there's more where that came from. Look, we know it's going to take federal support to get some of these projects onto the drawing board, let alone turn them into a reality. But that's exactly why we need to be working now toward that longer range future. And to those who say, well, this isn't Europe, that's true, it isn't Europe. We're doing this on American terms. But what we definitely have in America are these kinds of geographic layouts where you got lots of city pairs that are an uncomfortably long drive or an inefficiently short flight apart from each other. Those are excellent candidates for high-speed rail.
And which of those pairs is your next choice? Which do you think looks most compelling?
Don't know. We're so focused on this right now. We haven't picked, kind of the next one. I'll say this: we've been contacted by a lot of different governors and whatnot that are curious about this. I think today is a real milestone to see that this is a reality that's now happening. And I think that there could easily be, like I say, a handful of these things that turn into real projects from our standpoint in the next 12 to 24 months. So it's an exciting time for it.
So of the funding for this project, $5.5 billion from private sources. Are you one of those private sources? Are you putting in your own money?
I am one of those private sources. I've actually put my money where my mouth is. So, I've been invested in this project for a very long time. And, obviously we think it's going to be a compelling investment. I think that in my own life, I've tried to find things that I can focus on where you're doing well by doing good and something that really makes an impact. And I think that the impact from this is going to be long lasting, and it's going to be, prodigious. And so I'm just really excited to be a part of it. And I want it to be successful because I want the next one and the next one and the next one to happen.
The construction industry in the U.S. is a $2.1 trillion industry, which has historically been driven by human labor. Though the COVID-19 pandemic sent the industry into a tailspin with people working from home, supply chain issues, and rising material costs, it's still one of the largest sectors of the U.S. economy. But it hasn't fully recovered.
Supply chains aren't back to normal. Labor is still absolutely constrained, but contractors know this, and when they're going in to bid into new projects, that's ultimately calculated into their bid.
And it's these costs that have construction firms looking for new ways to evolve. One company paving the way towards change is Suffolk Construction, based in Roxbury, Massachusetts, and led by its chairman and longtime CEO, John Fish. Fish is not your typical construction CEO. On the one hand, because he's not a hired hand. He literally built the business from the time he was a 20-something in the 1980s until the present. So he knows the company, he knows its strengths and its weaknesses. Secondly, and this is important, Fish is the sole proprietor of Suffolk. Suffolk is a $6 billion annual revenues company, and Fish is the one who makes every key decision in the business. He's really geared the business toward embracing disruptive technologies, venture capital investments, and embracing that sort of thought leadership position in how the built world is changing from technology.
I think one of the most unique things that Suffolk is doing on the technology front is that we have an innovation process that's connected to a larger digital ecosystem that's responsible for identifying, testing, and scaling solutions quickly and sustainably. And so we always have our eye towards cutting edge startups.
Since 2019, Suffolk has invested over $50 million across over 50 different construction tech startups. Some are utilizing artificial intelligence, others are building robots to work on construction sites, others are in 3D printing, and some are more conventional software plays for subcontractors and other construction firms.
Robots can do a lot for construction. We have robots that are doers, they install work. We have robots that are collecting data and information. We have robots that are bringing data and information to the field, a task that a human would typically be doing, going out in the field, taking pictures or scanning, can now be done with a robotic dog.
3D printing, some of these other applications have been out there for a while. And I would still say probably the acceptance rate of AI in the industry is probably still pretty slow. There's folks that have their way of doing things for a long time. And whenever you're introducing something that's disruptive to that, I think there's ultimately always some pushback.
Fish says that, by embracing these technologies, yes, you're going to have to spend more money now, but in the long run, you're going to be saving money because you're going to be using less human labor. And of course, a lot of people might feel queasy about that. Do we want to radically change the way that buildings are constructed using less humans and more machines, especially when the construction industry has figured so prominently as a driver of economic growth?
Technology and artificial intelligence and robotics are augmenting our workforce. They're not replacing our workforce. They're making our workforce more efficient. They're making our workforce safer, and they're allowing them to focus on the important things in their day-to-day. And what's most important to us is that our people and our workforce go home safe at the end of the day, that they feel productive, that they feel that they are able to execute according to the project plan in a way that is reliable, safe, and high quality. And if technology can enable that, that's the vision for the organization, is to continue to allow technology to drive the industry to be more productive and to enable our workforce to operate in that way. Whether it's data or whether it's technology, there's always a human element to everything that we do because people build buildings. That's a really important piece for us as we continue to move forward as an industry, is thinking about that connectivity between those two elements.
Fish says it has to be done, that efficiencies have to improve if we're going to continue to develop commercial real estate, if we're going to replace the crumbling infrastructure that this country is beset by. And I think it's going to be a lingering area of debate, especially as these technologies get introduced more and more.
There are now a record 2,781 people on the Forbes World's Billionaire list, worth a record $14.2 trillion in all. These global billionaires hail from 78 countries, up from 77 in 2023. The US remains the country with the most billionaires, with 813, who are collectively worth $5.7 trillion. America's billionaire class is $1.2 trillion richer than last year, thanks in part to the 97 people who joined or rejoined the ranks this year, with notable newcomers including Taylor Swift, NBA legend Magic Johnson, and OpenAI CEO Sam Altman. 14 of the top 20 richest people in the world are US citizens. However, the richest person in the world does not hail from the US. France's Bernard Arnault, CEO of luxury goods giant LVMH, is worth an estimated $233 billion. China has the second most billionaires, with 406, worth $1.3 trillion. However, that's down from 576 people last year. A major property slump is mostly to blame, along with a stock market rout that wiped out billions for China's ultra-rich over the past 3 years. India, the world's second most populous country, came in third. The country saw a record 200 billionaires this year, including 25 newcomers. In total, they're worth a collective $954 billion, a more than 40% jump from last year. 2 Indian citizens ranked in the top 20. Mukesh Ambani, chairman of the sprawling conglomerate Reliance Industries, came in at number 9, and Gautam Adani, chairman of the Ahmedabad-based conglomerate Adani Group, ranked number 17. Once again, Germany had the 4th highest number of billionaires, with 132, up from 126 last year. Germans, as a group, are $59 billion richer than a year ago. Among the newcomers are Martin Klank, Bastian Nomenacker, and Alexander Rinke, the 3 co-founders of Munich-based data processing unicorn Solanas. Rounding out the top 5 is Russia, a country that continues to enjoy a wealth rebound despite its war with Ukraine. The total number of Russian billionaires climbed to 120 this year, 15 more than last year and 37 more than 2022. They are worth $537 billion in all. The only new country to join the list this year is Luxembourg. The tiny European nation, known as a tax haven for some of the world's wealthiest, now has a billionaire citizen of its own in Michael Gans, the Luxembourg-born minority owner of Supreme Group, a food, fuel, and logistics provider based in the Netherlands. Uruguay is back in the ranks thanks to returnee co-founders of Montevideo-based international payment startup T-Local, who had dropped off the list in 2023.
The fortunes of Africa's wealthiest people have rebounded slightly in the past 12 months, reversing the decline in their fortunes from a year ago, though they are still off their all-time highs from 2022. The 20 billionaires on the 2024 Forbes list of Africa's richest are worth a combined $82.4 billion. That's up $900 million from last year's $81.5 billion. However, all of that gain can be attributed to the return of Nigeria's Femi Otedola, who last appeared on the Africa list in 2017. This year, South Africa claims 6 spots on the ranking, followed by Egypt with 5 and Nigeria with 4. Algeria, Tanzania, and Zimbabwe each have 1 billionaire on the list, while Morocco has 2. Here are Africa's top 5 billionaires for 2024. Number 5. Mike Adenuga. Adenuga is Nigeria's 2nd richest man, and he built his fortune in telecommunications and oil production. His mobile phone network, Globacom, is the 2nd largest operator in Nigeria, with more than 60 million subscribers. Globacom also built Glo One, a 6,100-mile-long submarine internet cable that runs to the UK via Ghana and Portugal. His oil exploration outfit, Con Oil Producing, operates 6 oil blocks in the Niger Delta. Number 4. Nassef Sawiris. Nassef Sawiris is an investor and a scion of Egypt's wealthiest family, with a net worth of $8.7 billion. In December 2020, he acquired a 5% stake in New York-listed firm Madison Square Garden Sports, owner of the NBA's Knicks and the NHL's Rangers. His holdings include a nearly 6% stake in German sportswear firm Adidas. He also runs OCI, one of the world's largest nitrogen fertilizer producers, which has plants in Texas and Iowa. Number 3. Nicky Oppenheimer and family. Nicky Oppenheimer, heir to the De Beers diamond fortune, was the 3rd generation of his family to run De Beers, and he took the company private in 2001. For 85 years, the Oppenheimer family occupied a controlling spot in the world's diamond trade. Then, in 2012, Nicky Oppenheimer sold his 40% of the firm to mining group Anglo American for $5.1 billion in cash. In 2014, Oppenheimer started Fireblade Aviation in Johannesburg, which operates chartered flights. And he owns at least 720 square miles of conservation land across South Africa, Botswana, Zimbabwe, and Mozambique. Number 2. Johan Rupert and family. This South African luxury goods owner held on to the number 2 spot this year with $10.1 billion, down from $10.7 billion in 2023, as shares of his Compagnie Financière Richemont slid. The company is best known for its brands Cartier and Montblanc, and it was formed in 1998 through a spin-off of assets owned by Remgro Limited, a company which his father, Anton, formed in the 1940s. Rupert owns 7% of diversified investment firm Remgro, which he chairs, as well as 26% of Raynet, an investment holding company based in Luxembourg. He has been a vocal opponent of plans to allow fracking in the Karoo, a region of South Africa where he owns land. Number 1. Aliko Dangote. Dangote is Africa's richest person and the founder of Dangote Cement, the continent's largest cement producer. He owns 85% of publicly traded Dangote Cement through a holding company. After many years in development, Dangote's fertilizer plant in Nigeria began operations in March 2022, and his Dangote refinery is expected to begin refining operations in 2024. His fortune rose by $400 million this year to $13.9 billion, and he claimed the ranking's number 1 spot for the 13th year in a row.
Hi everybody, I'm Brittany Lewis, a breaking news reporter here at Forbes. Joining me now is my colleague, Forbes staff writer Zach Everson. Zach, thanks so much for coming on.
Thanks for having me on again, Brittany. Appreciate it.
You have an interesting story for us about Donald Trump. It's how Trump lost millions on his DC hotel years after he sold it. So first, if you could give us the origin story here, how did he acquire this property in the first place?
Oh boy. So we're going way back to around 2012, where Trump won a competitive process from the U.S. government to redevelop the old post office in D.C., which is on Pennsylvania Avenue, a couple blocks from the White House. There's a beautiful big building that had kind of fallen into hard times. It was like a down market food court. And you know, when I'd have friends come and visit me in D.C., they'd drive by and say, "What's that building?" And I'm like, don't worry about it. Don't get excited. It's not much on the inside. Trump won the government contract to turn that into a hotel, beating out a bunch of other competitors, including one that involved Hilton. And he committed to invest $200 million in renovating the hotel, which he did spend. And honestly, it looks beautiful, both inside and out. And then he also committed to a 60-year lease of paying the U.S. government through the GSA $250,000 a month. So that is how he came into it. The hotel opened in 2016, just a couple weeks before Trump was elected.
I know that you said Hilton. Hilton actually tried to stop him. Can you talk about their plan and what they did? It ultimately failed, but give us some details there.
Yeah, so this consortium that included Hilton Worldwide, which planned to turn the hotel into a Waldorf Astoria, which is one of the main luxury hotel brands that DC did not have. You know, we have Four Seasons, we have several Ritz-Carltons, there's a St. Regis. They wanted to open that as a Waldorf Astoria, and they protested the decision to award the contract to Trump, saying that the General Services Administration just looked at who was going to pay the highest rent. They said that they did not, it didn't seem like GSA properly vetted Mr. Trump. And to make sure that GSA did have the information it needed, they provided pages upon pages of news clippings of the times that Donald Trump had taken hotels into bankruptcy, that projects he started didn't come to fruition, that he stiffed creditors. But the GSA contracting official said on a technicality that there was no actual way for Hilton to appeal that decision. And so Trump went ahead and did open that as a hotel.
Well, did Donald Trump have enough money to buy it in the first place?
That was part of Hilton's thing. Hilton said he did not have enough money. He would not be able to afford it, was the main part of their objection, in that the revenue that he would need to bring in to offset the $200 million he was going to spend on renovating it was just way out of line with what the DC luxury market could handle. GSA said they looked at the financials and they thought it was fine. And as you know, we're talking about this years later, it was clear that Hilton was correct and GSA was wrong.
But before it was clear that Hilton was right, it did open about 2 weeks before the election in 2016. So it was open, then Donald Trump wins. Did the hotel benefit financially from Trump being president?
It's tough to say definitively. It definitely brought in revenue that it wouldn't have received otherwise. I mean, there was no shortage of Republican groups flocking to spend money there. I think there were like 220 different payments to the Trump's DC hotel in the first 14 months it was open, just looking through campaign filings with the FEC. You would find all sorts of senators, congressmen, more than half of the people who served in his administration were there. There was a foreign diplomat famously told the Washington Post that, of course you'd go there. You want to be seen there and you want to let the president know that you went to his business. Now, the downside of that was you barely saw any Democrats there. You did not see much spending. I think Joe Manchin was the only elected Democratic member of Congress that I spotted there. But, it did scare away a lot of people. It looks like the hotel did pretty well on food and beverage from events and from restaurants in the lobby. But the room rates, people just weren't booking those rooms.
So Hilton's prediction ultimately comes true, you're reporting. So how did the hotel's actual revenue compare to what the Trump organization estimated it would be in order to get the contract?
It was significantly below. In 2017, the revenue was $52 million. That's $35 million less than what the Trump organization projected. And we got a lot of these documents through the New York Attorney General's recent civil case against Trump. And revenue stayed pretty flat the following years. $53 million in 2018, $52 million in 2019, and then obviously the pandemic hit, which is not Trump's fault by any stretch, at least in terms of business on his hotel. But then revenue plummeted 60%, and it was shortly after he left that he dumped the hotel.
So the revenue wasn't meeting the actual projections. So talk to us about Trump's journey in trying to sell this hotel.
So he first floated it on the market in 2019, according to a report from CNBC. He was asking $500 million, which a lot of industry experts seemed preposterous. Apparently, a lot of would-be hotelers also agreed. He did not get a bid anywhere near that. In fact, a lot of them even came in at less than half of what he was asking. So took it off the market and then came back and put it up again in 2021 when he was out of office. And this time he did find a buyer, someone who was willing to pay $370 million to own the lease to the hotel.
So talk to us about that, because you described the move as lucky in your piece. So talk to us about the buyer and how they struck up this deal and what were the details of it.
Sure. The buyer was a group called CGI Merchant Group. They are based out of Florida. And to be blunt, they overpaid. Somehow Trump was able to find a group to pay a lot more than what everybody else thought that lease was worth. It was a money loser. So, he clearly lucked out there and was able to walk away with a $120 million payday when the deal did in fact go through. Though, as what we learned later is that for the deal to happen, he had to provide a loan to CGI Merchant Group. It didn't have enough money to pay for some of the taxes involved in the transaction. Now, I'm not a real estate developer. I'm a journalist in a rented house. But to me, that's just a red flag. If somebody's buying this hotel and they don't actually have enough money to cover all of the fees up front. So anyways, Trump loaned them the money that they needed, the $28 million or so, and they failed to pay it. They failed to make the first payment, they failed to make 2 additional payments, they had to keep amending the loan. And so in June, Trump took them to court, filing that he had only received $100,000 of this $28 million loan at that point.
So now at this point, present day, how much does CGI owe Trump? And is he ever going to see that money again?
He's claiming it's $31.5 million plus interest that's accruing as this case goes through the courts. It doesn't seem likely that he's going to see this money. What happened is that CGI didn't just fail to pay Trump, it also failed to pay its main lender for the building, which is a group called BDT and MSD Partners, which is a merchant bank connected with Michael Dell. And it failed to pay, it financed most of the $375 million from them. It failed to pay them. The BDT and MSD gave them a couple chances to renegotiate or get a little extra time to make some payments. That didn't happen. and then the lender ended up foreclosing on the property and took ownership of it back in August. So what's interesting here, though, is that when Trump sold it to CGI, they worked with Waldorf Astoria. You remember Hilton Worldwide? They worked with Hilton Worldwide to go make it into a Waldorf Astoria, and now the new owners are keeping it as a Waldorf Astoria. So, we've had three leaseholders of this hotel in less than 3 years. Waldorf Astoria is now the one running it. I reached out saying, hey, do you still think this lease is financially unsound? And, they sent me back some corporate speak and did not address that question.
So the property is still a Waldorf Astoria. Talk to us a little bit about it. Is it still functioning? And what does that lease look like? And is this financially sound?
The lease is the same. No one else bid on it when it went up to auction, according to the auctioneer. BDT, MSD paid, I think it was $100 million for it. They're keeping it as a Waldorf. I don't understand how they're going to make it work when the previous two owners did not. It's a functioning Waldorf. It's very nice. I went there Sunday. I had a lovely salad with some salmon, and the hotel looks very much the same. They added some greenery to it, but it's if you look at political patrons, you're going to find campaigns like Nancy Pelosi's who have been going there. But by and large, it looked the same. And I think going back, I think Trump did a very good job renovating that hotel. And if you're just a customer going there, you're not necessarily going to notice the difference at all. I don't think you will. The level of service there was fantastic, exactly what you'd expect out of a Waldorf Astoria type hotel.
Well, Zach Everson, per usual, thanks for the conversation. Thanks for the reporting. Already looking forward to the next one.
My pleasure. Got to go expense that meal at the Waldorf now.
Erin Osman has built Sierra Nevada Corporation into the nation's largest female-owned defense contractor. Erin is also one of 400 billionaires on this year's Forbes 400, and my colleague Monica Hunter-Hart has an inside look at a $13 billion deal Erin just struck to build a nuclear-ready Doomsday plane. Hi everyone, I'm Maggie McGrath, editor of Forbes Women. Joining me now is my colleague, reporter Monica Hunter-Hart. Monica, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
This is a fabulous story, and let's break it all down. Who is Erin Osman? How much is she worth? Where is she on the Forbes 400?
Yeah, okay, so Erin Osman, she's the 335th richest woman or richest person in the United States at the moment. She's worth $4 billion, and along with her husband, Fadi Osman, she runs Sierra Nevada Corporation, SNC, an aerospace defense contractor. She's got this really interesting story that I can go into a bit. She's basically a Turkish immigrant, so she was born in a really beautiful city called Izmir on the western coast of Turkey, grew up in the southeastern part of the country in Diyarbakir, moved to Ankara for school, and there she met Fatih, her future husband, who was actually, kind of fun fact, a national cycling champion for the country.
Okay.
I know. Kind of wild. And then they, just met briefly there. They both immigrated separately to the United States, and reconnected in California. Fatih basically convinced her to get a business degree at the University of Nevada at Reno. They went there together as grad students, bonded really strongly, and became best friends, she says, and then eventually dated. After graduation, Fatih got a job as an intern there at SNC, kind of moved up the ranks, became an engineer. And Erin joined the company a bit later. She was a financial consultant. And yeah, they actually kind of went through a rough period there with the company. They basically watched it struggle from kind of contract to contract. It was really struggling financially. Erin automated all of their financials, their financial systems, and was giving them advice, but wasn't really able to, didn't have enough control to kind of get them to a financially stable place. So they were just struggling along for many years. And eventually the couple decided that they were kind of just sick of watching that and not really having the power to do much more about it. So they actually bought the company. They borrowed against their home to buy the company in 1994, for less than $5 million. Today, SNC is worth, per our estimates, $4 billion. So wild growth there. Together they own 87% of the company. Erin owns 51% of that stake. Fatih owns 49%. It's the largest female-owned defense contractor in the country. And they also own a couple of other companies as well, affiliates. They own Sierra Space, a space technologies company, which has a really cool project called the Dream Chaser space plane. We probably don't have time to get into that today, but you should look it up. And then DAG, Deutsche Aircraft Group, a German aircraft manufacturer.
They have Dreamcatcher, but...
Dream Chaser, yeah.
Sorry, Dream Chaser. I was going to make a play on words because you have been talking to them recently about a deal for Doomsday planes. A little bit,
a little darker name,
conceptually, a little darker.
Yeah, actually,
but it's a $13 billion contract that she secured, and you kind of have an inside look at what happened here. So let's just start at the top.
Yeah.
What is this deal? Why is it significant?
Yeah. So, okay. So it's called the SAOC contract, the Survivable Airborne Operations Center. So you're basically building or developing the next Doomsday plane, they often call it, yes, as you mentioned, for the Air Force, often also called the Night Watch plane. And these are colloquial terms, by the way. This is not, what the Air Force calls them. It's the current model of this plane is the E-4B. That's the official name.
Okay. What makes these planes special, by the way? Like,
Yeah.
why are they called Doomsday planes?
Yeah, so I mean, they're meant to protect you against a doomsday scenario. By you, I mean that basically means in the event of a nuclear attack or some other kind of national emergency, it would enable survivable communications between the president, the Secretary of Defense, and the armed forces. So it's equipped with over 40 communication systems. It's hardened against radiation, against the electromagnetic pulse that would, in the event of a nuclear attack, short circuit electronics within range. There's nothing you can really do to protect a plane against the kind of if you're in the fireball of the nuke, but in most other scenarios, it's meant to enable this plane to keep running. And so if you kind of imagine, let's say President Vladimir Putin were to launch a surprise attack, a surprise nuclear attack against the United States, by some estimates, a nuke could hit the Capitol in 6 to 8 minutes. We currently have 4 of these Doomsday planes, and they can be airborne within just a few minutes' notice.
I see.
There's always one on alert. And then I think the other important part about this particular contract is that they're not building a plane from scratch. So they're actually retrofitting, remodeling a used Boeing 747-8I plane.
Okay.
And this is a really cool plane, a kind of iconic plane, actually. So the 747, when it was kind of unveiled to the public in the mid-20th century, was so big it was known as the kind of jumbo jet, the queen of the skies. And if you, for example, did a transatlantic flight, in the maybe late 20th century, early 21st century, on a big plane, 500 plus people, there's a great chance that you were on one of these things. It had 4 engines. Which is not so good for current airline travel because you can use a much cheaper kind of twin engine jet now.
Mm-hmm.
But it's great for a wartime scenario because it provides extra redundancy. So if one of the engines is blown out, you have more.
Right.
So they're actually being retired from passenger use at the moment. So there are only about 50 left. But if you'll allow me, Maggie, just a kind of quick example, let's say you took one of these transatlantic flights at some point, and then let's say that you experienced a nuclear attack. What you would have experienced is basically radiation getting sucked into the cabin. You're breathing it in. You're not in good shape, and then that immediately frying the plane's electronics and basically careening the plane to the ground. So horrific scenario. That's the baseline that SNC is starting from here, which is just kind of wild to think about. They're taking that plane and need to basically make that plane more or less nuclear proof.
So basically the government says we have 4 of these Doomsday planes, but we want to retrofit these Boeing machines, these Boeing aircrafts into Doomsday planes so we have more. Right? Is it adding to the fleet?
So the current planes are also Boeing planes, but it's going to be taking actually much newer planes that were probably made, we don't know exactly which ones they are, but they were some of the last 747s ever made, and retrofitting those commercial aircraft. Taking them out, the current ones they just bought them from Korea Airlines, so they're currently being used right now to carry passengers back and forth from places like Seoul to Atlanta, taking those and then retrofitting those much newer planes.
So the government says we want to retrofit these planes, we're opening bids for a contract, so it's not a done deal that Aaron Osman's SNC wins this bid, right? So they're going up against competition, I imagine?
Right.
Who was their competition in winning this $13 billion deal?
Yeah, it was Boeing. They were the only other company to bid on this, and they were kind of considered shoo-ins for the contract for many reasons, in part because Boeing, the original planes, the existing Doomsday planes, they're Boeing planes. Boeing created these in the 70s. It's been maintaining them ever since. Boeing is currently making about $150 million per year maintaining these. Also, Boeing is it's an experienced contractor in this space. It's the largest, most successful aerospace company in the world. It's maybe $78 billion in sales last year. S&C comparatively is $2 billion. Imagine it just won this $13 billion contract. I mean, it's such an escalation. So Boeing has way more experience in that sense of doing projects at this scale. It's also currently doing something very similar with Air Force One, the U.S. presidential aircraft. It's also taking 747s and retrofitting used commercial aircraft, or use those used commercial aircraft to create the next generation of Air Force One. That project is not going so well for Boeing, at least in some senses. It is actually losing $2 billion so far and counting on those. So that could be one potential reason of many that we can get into about why Boeing was not ultimately chosen for this.
Interesting. But ultimately what you have here with $78 billion in revenue versus $2 billion in revenue, Boeing and SNC respectively, is a little bit of a David and Goliath situation. So Erin Osman is really facing a giant, and she wins this contract. What did she do? What did she say to help her be successful here?
Yeah. And I mean, I think it's important to say that it's not like SNC is coming out of nowhere. I mean, they are still a large company, and they have been successful for many years, but they were really in this kind of mid-tier of defense contractors is the kind of way that the industry describes this. Boeing's kind of a tier one company. So in terms of what they did, there are a few points maybe we can get into. One, I guess, is that Boeing basically submitted a bid for this contract that was non-compliant, at least according to my reporting. That's what people are telling me, which means that the Air Force basically put forth some really tough terms. I'm hearing over and over the Air Force is a really tough customer. So they ask for, not the impossible, but they ask for things that are really difficult to pull off. In this case, there were two things that Boeing was basically not willing to agree to, and SNC was willing to agree to. One is the kind of relinquishing of an intellectual property rights. So Boeing owns the original design data for the existing Doomsday planes because it made them, and it did not give that data to the government. So it has basically been able to compel the government to continue to hire them for this maintenance work that I mentioned earlier. Again, like $150 million a year at this point. That's very common in this sector. For people to kind of cling to their IP because it can be this really lucrative revenue source for them. And it leads to something called vendor lock, which often it also leads to a really highly consolidated defense sector, which has been really criticized. There are lots of antitrust concerns about, a lack of competition, maybe overly inflated contract prices, which, the kind of burden of that is then passed down to the taxpayer. So Boeing wanted to do the same thing here. They wanted to hold on to the IP. SNC said, we are okay with not doing that. We would prefer that the government come back to us and hire us again to do that maintenance work because they want to. Voluntarily, they think that we did such a good job that they choose us,
Right.
So that's one. There's also a fixed price component to this contract. A fixed price structure basically means that, there's a pre-agreed upon cost for how much, it is thought to, how much this contract is presumed to cost. And then if it goes, if there are price overruns, basically the contractor needs to assume all of the extra costs. So not ideal, obviously, for a contractor. That is the exact kind of pricing structure that Boeing agreed to for Air Force One. That's one of the big reasons it's been losing billions. Boeing said last year, we are not doing that again. It's also, had a similar issue with many other contracts. And so it's way more than $2 billion that they've lost altogether. They have said, we are not doing any more fixed price contracts. We're taking a step back. That is simply too much. SNC, on the other hand, said, we are willing to do that. It's also important to say that that's not such a big part of the pricing structure of this contract. It is a minority portion. So the details of the contract are highly classified. We don't know a lot about them. I have a FOIA request out. I'm hoping to get more details, but right now all we really know is it's a minority of the contract. It's probably just it is certainly just for the production stage. So that's much better than fixed price all the way through, like the contract for Air Force One, especially because that initial kind of development stage is very uncertain. You go into a plane, you're designing something for the first time, you don't know what it's going to involve or how much it's going to cost, really. So it's a small fixed price portion, but it's still, that involves some risk. Right. So Boeing didn't want to take that on. One small last thing there is just that SNC does have decades of experience doing, modifying existing aircraft, integrating existing aircraft with new technologies. So that is what they're doing here. In some ways, they're a really great fit for this project. In many ways, they're a really great fit for this project. And they kind of doubly proved their capability to the Air Force by pulling bold maneuvers like, when they decided to bid for this, they went out and they went to the Air Force's backyard in Dayton, Ohio, and they basically, at the airport there, very close to the Air Force base there, built a conspicuously 747-sized hangar there, within which they would be doing this work, theoretically. So even before they won the contract, they built a hangar that was big enough to hold a 747 that they didn't have before, and then went to the Air Force and said, see, we are so prepared. We can start pretty much immediately. We are so ready for this. You should just let us do it.
That's like dressing for a party and then running into the party host at the grocery store. And
oh my God.
Oh, you're hosting a party? I'm so ready.
It's exactly like that.
A very layperson's analogy, right? But
yeah.
They were basically saying, we're ready. We can do this.
Yeah.
And that was Erin's idea. I'm interested in her leadership here because it does feel like there were certain structural and environmental benefits she had, right?
Yeah.
There are innovations that SNC has developed.
Yeah.
She showed she was ready. Meanwhile, you have Boeing, which has had, to put it mildly, some PR problems this year.
Yes.
And its own struggles. What's the balance, do you think, between Boeing having difficulties and Erin Osman having the right ideas in getting this contract? Is it more of the positive or is it more of the negative?
I mean, I do think it's both. It's hard for me to say. I do think that the issues that Boeing has had this year, maybe most infamously with the 737 MAX door plug flying off of the Alaska Airline flight, coming out of Portland in January. Although that actually happened after they were eliminated from this competition, but they've been having 737 problems for a long time, and CEOs leaving, et cetera. They're not in a good place at the moment. Surely that had an impact here. But I don't want to overstate that too much. I also think SNC has been, kind of coming up in the world for a long time. I think the idea of building this hangar was a pretty brilliant one. They've also spent $175 million so far. They're planning on spending much more and kind of upgrading their digital infrastructure. They have some really cool ideas about what they're going to do in building and developing this plane, and we can maybe get into that a little bit. And I do think Erin, had a big role in that. She and Fatih they kind of split the duties of the company, so they can, we can put this at the feet of both of them, and of course the entirety of SNC. Fatih is a little bit more kind of strategy and growth focused. So I think he was actually the one who had the idea of, let's go for bigger projects than we've been going for in the past, and he kind of challenged the leadership of SNC to go bigger. That happened about 5 years ago, and then the team kind of realigned and started shooting for SAOC, this Doomsday contract. Erin is a little bit more of the kind of running the company in a more traditional sense. Maybe she oversees all governance. She is responsible for the financial stability of the company. So that's probably heartening to, she's a lot of, we talked about kind of the early history of SNC. She's really good at making sure that, they're solvent, they're in a really great financial place. And given that this is going to be such a kind of difficult contract with lots of technical and managerial challenges and financial difficulties, I think she's probably a great person to kind of be at the helm.
You mentioned some technological innovations, just real quick and possibly high level, because I'm sure you got really in the weeds, but what do you think are the biggest innovations that SNC brings to this project?
Yeah, so they're basically going to be coming in and creating a digital twin of the plane, which is something that it's a kind of newish technology that's more common for kind of creating new planes, not as common for redeveloping planes. So SNC invested in this very early. They're going in, they're kind of scanning the plane, creating a series of digital models that are going to be stacked on top of each other, a digital twin. So they don't even think they're going to have to touch the plane for a long time, which will help kind of minimize contact with the kind of Boeing original design data, hopefully saving them money and effort. once they've done that, then they kind of go back in and they create, or they kind of, so SNC refers to it as the equivalent of the studs out remodel of your home. So they're going down, they're stripping the plane down to the basics, kind of to the studs. They're creating an interface, kind of like the drywall, and then they're integrating it with a lot of systems that are coming from subcontractors, actually. So General Electric will be doing the engines, Lockheed Martin will be doing the refueling systems.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so they're kind of fundamentally a systems integrator here, actually. And then at the end, they will have the new home, and the blueprint for that will be the kind of data that they are relinquishing to the Air Force. Yeah.
So this is just the beginning of the contract. It's over 12 years, is that correct?
2036, so yeah.
Is success, we've talked about the innovations and the things that they're doing right, but is success guaranteed, and what does success look like for SNC? What does it do to their revenue? What does it do to their reputation?
Yeah, great question. I mean, if they don't lose money, that's pretty good. I think regardless, even if they don't lose money, even if they break even, an analyst, Lauren Thompson, who's a longtime aerospace analyst, put it to me this way, this heralds the emergence of a major new U.S. aerospace enterprise. Another analyst, Kai von Rumor, said, they're moving up in the food chain. So their reputation is already improved because of this. They're probably going to get many more contracts, especially if they prove that they are more than capable of doing this. They just won another very notable contract called Hades, developing long-range spy planes for the Army, that was in August, a few months after winning the original contract. So yeah, they're hoping to basically just ride that momentum, keep getting new exciting contracts, double their revenue to $2 billion by 2025, triple in size by 2030. They say that they're already on target to hit those goals. So even with the existing contracts they've already won, so that could even be potentially a conservative estimate. So it's a big deal.
What would failure look like, and what would that mean for SNC?
Yeah, maybe even harder to define. Many analysts told me, they don't think this will cause SNC to go bankrupt or to completely, fail. But it would definitely be painful if they end up losing a substantial amount of money on this. So there's a risk of, financial risk, and then there's also a kind of, this could go over schedule. And in the aerospace defense world, often projects do go over schedule, and they often are over budget. SNC is known for being very nimble, very quick, and good at those things. So, maybe that won't happen here. Hopefully it won't. But there is, to some degree, a risk. SNC will surely make it out on the other side, but it could be, to some degree, a reputational hit, or maybe slow their growth.
Obviously, aerospace and defense is a highly specialized space. There can be a lot of jargon. I think for the general public, you don't get a lot of exposure to it. So what was most interesting to you? What most excited you in reporting out this story?
Yeah. I think to me, it's interesting seeing the success, the kind of unlikely success of a mid-tier company coming up against, such a big entity like Boeing. I think that's exciting. It's really cool seeing this this woman who's an immigrant be so successful in the U.S. national defense space. And then I think it's just, even though I'm very new to kind of the aerospace defense world, learning about how consolidated it is at this point, the fact that SNC has been so successful here so far. It's a big deal. And there was an analyst named Cynthia Cook from CSIS, the Center for Strategic and International Studies, who put it very well. She said, competition increases performance across the entire industrial base. So the fact that SNC is going in there, proving that a smaller entity can have a shot. It might encourage other kind of mid-tier companies to throw their hat in the ring, potentially increasing competition across the entire sector, improving things for the taxpayer, for the government, for our national defense.
Interesting. So you mentioned at the beginning of the conversation some of the competitive concerns that people have, the antitrust argument. So this could be the start of a new generation in aerospace and defense, perhaps?
Exactly, yeah.
Interesting.
We'll see.
We'll see. Did you get to go in any planes? What was your on-the-ground reporting process like for this?
I did not go in any planes. I might have a chance to go on a Doomsday plane next year. I'm not even sure if I should say that. We'll see. But it's highly classified, so they don't really want people kind of poking their noses into it too much.
Well, for your sake, I hope you get a look at those planes. I'm
Thank you.
curious to get on the inside of those planes. I don't know if I'd want to go up in the sky in them, though it sounds pretty safe.
As safe as it can get, I guess, yeah.
Monica, thank you so much for joining us and sharing
you,
your
Becky.
story. And I encourage everyone to find it and read it on Forbes.com. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
As China's stock market goes, so goes its billionaire population. And last year was not a good year for many Chinese stocks. As a result, the number of mainland Chinese billionaires on the Forbes World's Billionaires list fell for a third consecutive year. A total of 406 Chinese billionaires made the ranking, down from 495 a year ago and a record 626 in 2021. Continued fallout from the pandemic and geopolitical tension drove down stock prices and hurt economic growth in the world's second largest economy. A deepening slump in the country's property market also diminished fortunes. Still, mainland China has the second largest number of billionaires globally, behind only the US, which has 813 billionaires. Here are the 5 richest billionaires in China. At number 5, Ma Huatong. Ma, also known as Pony Ma, is CEO of web media giant Tencent, in which he owns a 7.4% stake. The company's Hong Kong traded shares fell in the past year amid slower economic growth, pulling his wealth down to $30.2 billion from $35.3 billion a year earlier. That left Ma's fortune at less than half of the $65.8 billion on Forbes' 2021 billionaires list. At number 4, William Ding. Ding is CEO of NetEase, one of China's largest online gaming businesses. Its shares, and Ding's fortune, rose in recent months on the continuing popularity of the online game pioneer's offerings. The $6.8 billion increase in his fortune to $33.5 billion was the second largest rise among members of China's top 10 richest. At number 3, Colin Huang. Wang is the low-profile founder of PDD Holdings, the Chinese e-commerce company that changed its name from Pinduoduo in 2022. His fortune increased to $38.9 billion from $30.2 billion a year ago, helping him move up to China's number 3rd spot from number 4 and becoming China's richest internet billionaire after Zhang Yiming. PDD's NASDAQ-traded shares were aided in the past year by the popularity of Temu, a budget shopping site in the US that competes with Shein, led by fellow Chinese billionaire Sky Zhu. At number 2, Zhang Yiming. Zhang is a founder of ByteDance, which operates the wildly popular short video social media app TikTok. ByteDance ranks as one of the world's most valuable internet businesses, though its prospects remain clouded by concerns that TikTok may be banned in the US market. ByteDance has other businesses to fall back on, such as the China-focused short-form video platform Douyin. Zhang stepped down as chairman of ByteDance in 2021. And at number 1, Zhong Shanshan. Zhang chairs bottled water and tea drink producer Nong Fu Spring. He holds on to the number 1 spot, which he earned in 2021 after the company's 2020 IPO in Hong Kong. In the past year, shares of beverage producer Nong Fu Spring, the main source of Zhang's fortune, slid, as did those of his COVID test supplier, Beijing Wantai Biological Pharmacy, among broad declines in stock valuations in the country.